Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's live commentary coverage of NASCAR in Mexico for the running of the Viva Mexico 250. And here today, we are road course racing for the second time on the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series schedule. And as mentioned already, the NASCAR Cup Series debuting race form-wise here in Mexico as well. We'll cover that much more throughout today's race once that gets started in a little over a half hour from now. As far as this moment goes, we'll begin our pre-race show where we'll have some NASCAR Sporkle trivia, followed by the highlight of the Fantasy League, and then who I think is going to run well and not run well for today's race. Following that, we'll have the pre-race ceremonies, followed by the starting lineup, and of course, the race itself. We'll also be live for about a half hour or so after the race to break down what we just watched. Hopefully it'll be a good one here today. I appreciate everybody tuning in on this Father's Day Sunday. Happy Father's Day to anybody out there. Dad, if you're watching, happy Father's Day to you as well. And as far as we get into the NASCAR Sporkle trivia, I really have no clue exactly what quiz we should do this week, because we already tested a couple of road course ones out, so I don't want to oversaturate it with potentially getting 100% on a quiz that I might know the answers to just because we've already done a couple of these this weekend. Let's go NASCAR road course. I'll scavenge to see what we have for this weekend. Patrick Shadley, of course, welcome into the stream. I noticed that you were the first in the chat down below. MotoGP Merchant, also welcome to the stream. And many others. Fourth race on Amazon Prime Video. And this is the first live commentary stream of a Cup race on the channel in a couple of weeks. I was at Michigan for the Cup race last Sunday. And obviously back here this weekend, as I will be for the next several weeks. I don't plan on going to another race until I'm at Indianapolis, and that's not until July 27th or 28th, end of July. So we'll be right here on the channel for the next couple of months, bringing you NASCAR content every weekend, Friday through Sunday, across all three series, as we have already this weekend, with Cup practice taking place on Friday evening. Two sessions, a 50-minute session, a 25-minute session, and then the qualifying yesterday for the Cup Series before the Xfinity race, a part of our doubleheader, in which Daniel Suarez got the win in his home country. And we'll see if he can get the sweep here today. I saw Patrick Shadley in the chat already stating that he's going for him to get the sweep. List of foreign drivers? Do they have anything like that on here? I'll search it. Let's go NASCAR foreign, if I could spell, drivers. Foreign-born winners. 2021 to 2023. So a lot of them on here are just race winners. I don't know how many there are. Foreign-born winners. Next question is all right. Honestly, I think I can go 100%. We only have 11 of them on here. So apparently there's only been 11 foreign-born winners in NASCAR. 3 minutes. We'll do this, and then we'll do another quiz afterwards, means this is a quick one this week. So we already know the first one, or you should. 1967 Daytona 500. That's Mario Andretti. All right. Let's see here. Daniel Suarez is definitely on here. If I could spell. Suarez. Can't waste too much time. New Zealand, that is SVG. Can I just put SVG? There we go. Canada. Truck Series. I mean, that's got to be Stuart Friesen, right? I before E. There we go. Stuart Friesen. There's another Canadian trucker. 2020 Chevy. That was Talladega. Is that Spencer Boyd? No, Rafael Lessard. That's right. Let's go. Rafael Lessard on here. Nelson Piquet is definitely on here. Nelson Piquet Jr. Australia, Ambrose. Montoya. There's another Canadian on here. 2008 Napa Auto Parts 200. All right, that's interesting. Is it a road course ringer? For that reason, I'll go Ron Fellows. Let's go. I didn't actually know he was from Canada. All right, Busch Series 1987. Oh man, just one race. For British Columbia, above the border again. We got two more Canadians that are supposed to be on the list. It would help if I got the chat up here. There's two more Canadians. 1974 Old Dominion 500 winner in the Cup Series. Now we tried Donahue. I think he's American though. I don't think. I spelled his name wrong. Yeah, I don't. He's got to be American. I was thinking of Mark Donahue. 74 the Cup Series. Jeez, that's way before my time. Even the 87 in the Busch Series. I don't even know who that would be. Oh, that was a bad guess. They're both Canadian too. Yeah, I don't know. Earl Ross, Larry Pollard. I would have never circled around to those two. I didn't know that Earl Ross was Canadian, to be completely honest. I've definitely heard the name on previous lists that we've done with Cup Series race winners and whatnot. But yeah, I had no clue he was from Canada. I only knew of the name. I couldn't draw a face to that. And then Larry Pollard, I would have never gotten for the Xfinity series. Not bad. I mean, nine out of 11. 46% was the average score. All of the others were in my lifetime outside of Mario Andretti, but I know every Daytona 500 winner, so that one came easy to me. All right, we'll get into another quiz, beans that was only 3 minutes for this week. Thanks for the suggestion in the chat, by the way, MotoGP Merchant. Let's go back to that again. Let's go NASCAR. I'll just go NASCAR top 10 and see what we can come up with. Top 10 in points from 1979 to 2008. Oh gosh. Lap sled per decade. Whoa. Top 10 points finishers from 1990 to 2024. All right. We have not done this yet, and I feel very confident about this. Well, I say that now. 350, 18 minutes. Anybody who finished top 10 in points from 1990 to last season. Now, it's actually kind of tough with the playoff format because outside of the championship four, I feel like everything from like 5th through 10th is so scrambled. But we'll do our best. Emo Gene Blevins, Mike G, Earl Arnold Jr., Bond 1771, Bam Hall. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Happy Father's Day. Frank Powers, welcome in. Got a couple of people saying about Daniel Suarez sweeping the weekend. I gotta actually, give me a second. I gotta blow my nose. My allergies have been kicking my tail since last night before I went to bed. I was fine during the stream yesterday. My goodness. All right, there we go. I had to make sure I muted the mic. You guys didn't want to hear that. Yeah, I've just been sneezing like crazy today. All right. Top 10 in points from 1990 to present day. Obviously not counting this year because the season's not over yet. We're going to go with all the former champions here first. So we're going to put Kevin Harvick in here, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, all champions, Earnhardt, Senior, Allison. Oh, and shoot, Davey didn't win it that year. Cool Wiki did. My bad. My bad. I knew that. Dale Jarrett. The Labontes, Bobby, Terry, 2002 champ Tony Stewart. (2012) Keselowski, Joey Logano, 3-time champ. Kyle Busch is on here. That's going to give us Kurt Busch as well. 2017 was Truex. Larson, Elliott, and we'll get some Bill Elliott's on there as well for top 10 in points. Blaney, my guy. All right, that's all of them. So we got all the former champions. Now we're at 190 of 350, and we go for the rest. So we'll start modern. William Byron was in the championship 4 last year. Tyler Reddick was in the championship 4 last year. Bell's had a couple of championship 4 appearances. Hamlin. Runner-up to Logano was Chastain in 22, and he had a top 10 in points in 23 as well. Did we get all the championship 4 guys? 2016, Carl Edwards was in the championship 4. And then 2014, was it Kenseth? Well, he was top 10 in points, but... Oh, that was, my bad. That was Ryan Newman. That's right, runner-up. Okay, so we got all the championship 4 guys. 2018 finished 5th in points. Eric Almirola had a really consistent year that year. I was going to say, yeah, Almirola 5th in points in 2018. He only won 1 race, but he was so consistent that season. 2022, 9th and 10th in points. I want to say Bubba Wallace, but that might have been only in the owner's points because he didn't make the drivers' playoffs that year. Paul Menard, I know, is on here. No, he's not. Never mind. I lied. Burton is. All right. Let's get back to this. Who have I not named yet? 2023. Well, even last year, top 10 in points. I do have Edwards already. Godzilla El Arizo, welcome to the stream. Wade, welcome to the stream as well. Day's going good. All right. 2022, 2023, 2024, top 10 in points. We got to think about this. It's so difficult because, again, the playoffs, it's like who was top 10 in points in those years? You know, probably would have been like round of 12 exits. Chris Buescher? He's probably on here. Yeah, Chris Buescher's on here. 2023, finished 7th. Austin Dillon on here at all? No. No, he is not. I know he made the playoffs several times. I doubt AJ Allmendinger's on there, but I tried it anyway. Daniel Suarez? Suarez was 10th in 2022. Alex Bowman. Bowman 9th last season, and he also was 6th in 2020. 2022, 2023, top 10 in points. Those are the only ones left in the 2020s. All right, last couple of years. Think about this. Michael McDowell, did he make any no. Just thinking of guys who made the playoffs. Cindric? No. It's like maybe Cindric could have gotten there, but he is not on the list. Who else? I need help, chat. All right, Trent Suarez. Briscoe. Chase Briscoe. 2022. About Eric Jones. No, he's not on the list. That would have been 2022. He wasn't in 23. 10th in points of 2023 is the only 2020s we have left. That was just a random one for later. I tried to slide it in. Oh man, who else was top 10 in points here recently? I got all Gibbs. I'm pretty sure I got all of the Penske. Hendrick. It's got to be a B tier team. Wood Brothers, Harrison. No. He definitely was not top 10 in points. And that was 23 anyway, not last year. I'm stumped. We'll come back to that. I don't want to spend too much time on it. Runner up in points in 2012. Oh boy. Well, now I got Clint Boyer had a good season. There we go, Clint Boyer. And I got to get back on track here. I was thinking of 2020. Now I got to set my brain backwards. Who else had some top 10 finishes and points that we haven't named yet? Mark Martin. He was runner up a handful of times. Greg Biffle, former runner up. I already got Kenseth on here. Biffle. David Reagan, probably not. Yeah. Stenhouse, probably not. Top 10. Hard to remember drivers' names. Yes. Yes, it is. I was so set on the 2020s that I'm like, I'm blanking out now on the 2010s, 2000s, 2005. Scott Riggs ever have a top 10? No, because he never made the chase. Elliott Sadler made the chase, though. So he's on here. Rusty Wallace is on here a ton. McMurray. No way. Did I already put him? I had to have already put Jamie McMurray. McMurray. You're messing with me, right? Jamie Mack made the playoffs. He made the chase in one of those years where Roush had every driver in it. That bothers me a little bit. Did he not? Okay, Sterling Marlin I know is on here. Let's not dwell on that too much. Montoya, I believe, had a top 10. Yeah, okay, 2009. He finished 8th. One was so good. Ryan Truex is in the 11 today. Yes, Shane Richards. 2012, 4th in points. Casey Mears ever get it? No. Okay, now I'm digging too far outside the box here. Ricky Rudd is on the list. Let's go more 90s. Harry Gant. Rick Mast on here? No. Derek Cope on here? No. Wonder if that 1990 season when he had a couple of wins, if he had a top 10 in points. He did not, by the way. Ernie Irvan. Michael Waltrip might be on here. Daryl definitely is. Kyle Petty is on here. He got 331 of 350. Morgan Shepherd is probably on here. Yes, a few times. Mike Skinner on here at all? Yes, he is. 10th and 99. How about Mario Andretti? It's a bit of a pull. I don't think Ted Musgrave was top 10 in points. He was. Wow. 1995, he was 7th in points. Well, while we're on that route, let's go with the other Roush guy. No, Chad Little was not on here. Okay. Wow, that's insane. I wouldn't have thought that Ted Musgrave was top 10 in points. 7th. Never won in the Cup Series. Jeff Bodine. Kenny Irwin have a good enough year to get no. Oh, Casey Kane, yeah, duh. Thank you for the Casey Kane in the chat. I skipped that. Jeremy Mayfield is definitely on here too. 1998, 7th in points. He also made the chase one year too. Yeah, 10th in 2004. Oh, when I put Wallace in here, it was Bubba Wallace in 2023 we were missing. I forgot he pointed his way in that year. Okay. So we did get all the 2020s. When I put Rusty Wallace's name in there, we got Bubba Wallace. So we're done with the 2020s. I think 2010s is good. Yep. 2000s is good. So we're in the 90s. 1990s, top 10 in points. Who have we not named yet? I do have Ricky Rudd. Bobby Hamilton might be on here. Let's go. Jimmy Spencer? No. Kenny Schrader. 100. Let's go. Wow, Kenny Schrader finished top 10 in points a ton. Then knock off like 6 of them at the end. 1990, 91, 93, he was top 10 in points. 4th in 94. Very underrated driver, by the way, Kenny Schrader. He didn't win a ton, but he was very consistent, especially throughout the 90s. Let's go. Done already. Yeah, I know. We had 18 minutes. We still had 6:48 on the clock. We probably have time for another short one, honestly. I mean, I surprised myself there. Top 10 most disliked athletes in America. How updated is that list? We should do one on NASCAR drivers. I would still do that quiz. %. That has to be the quickest we've knocked out one of those long quizzes. By far. See, now they have top 10 in points from 49 to 78. There's no chance I'm getting 100% on that quiz. So, for that reason, I'm not even going to touch it. You do Xfinity Series top 10 from 1990 to 2024. So we did the Cup Series. Let's do Xfinity top 10 from 1990 to present day. Let's get the former champions in there. Justin Allgaier, Earnhardt, Harvick, Keselowski, Boyer, former champ, Randy LaJoy, former champ, Jeff Green. Then we got David Green on there as well. Brian Vickers. Yeah, okay, he was champ 2003. I thought so. Greg Biffle, my man, the Biff. It's on the list. Truex is a 2-time champ. What are the former champions are we missing here? Sam Ard, I'm sure, is. No, it was a little bit before his time. Never mind. Well, early. Jeff Gordon, right? Yeah, he was towards the top. Jeff Burton had some good seasons there. Okay, no, he's not on here either. We'll come back to the early 90s. 2007, Busch champ. Golly. Before Boyer, after Harvick. 2007. Had to have been a Cup guy. Was it Edwards? Yep. 2009. Logano's on here, but not as a champ. Chris Buescher is a former champ. Ricky Stenhouse, Austin Dillon, William Byron, Christopher Bell, Tyler Reddick is a 2-time champ. Daniel Suarez won in 2016. 2014, after Austin Dillon, before Chris Buescher. Who was a 2014 champ? Anybody remember 2014? Oh, yeah, we didn't put Bush on here. He's never a champion, though. 2023. Ty Gibbs. That was 22. Cindric. Former champ. 2021. Golly, this isn't that long ago, Keegan. Think of guys who haven't been in Cup very long. Gregson, but he didn't win a championship. We already have Burton. He didn't win a championship anyway. Daniel Hemrick, that's why I couldn't remember. That was the only race he ever won. Photo finish, though. It was a classic. It was a classic. Thank you for that. 2023. Golly. Poor Allgaier. I put Austin Hill on here. Jesse Love last year was top 10. Cole Custer. There we go. Okay. We got the champions now. It was Custer. Sieg is probably... No, he's not on here. Oh, he is. Okay. I had the E before the I. Okay. Ryan Sieg is on the list. Jeremy Clements have a top 10 that one year? No, he did not. Michael Annette, I know, is on the list a ton. Brandon Jones is on here quite a bit, and that's going to give us Eric Jones and any other Joneses. Buckshot Jones probably in the 90s. Quiz is top 10 in points for the Xfinity Series from 1990 to present day. Sam Mayer's going to be on here a few times. Larson is probably on here. Chase Elliott. How did I not name him yet? We got Byron Bell. Bowman, probably not. Yeah, I didn't think he was on here. Ryan, I don't even think Blaney's on here. He is. All right. Well, Dave Blaney might be on here. That might be where we got that. Kenseth. Get some of those other Cup merchants. Mark Martin. I had to have put him on here already. Hamilton. Hornaday. Ron Hornaday. Todd Bodine. McMurray. Newman. Oh, Newman's not on here. I doubt Jimmy Johnson's on here. Never mind, he is. Unless there's somebody else with the last name Johnson. Nemechek, we're going to get some John Hunters. Almirola, he's on here. Recent years, top 10 in points. Put Marlin, but I don't think he was on here. Stremme, probably not. Okay, Stremme's on here, so that means J.J. Yaley's on here. Sorensen is probably on here. Tony Raines on here. Yes. Stephen Light. He's on here. How about Brett Moffitt? Nope. Jimmy Spencer. Nope. Allmendinger, yeah. Hornish had some good years full time. PK, no. Ryan Reed, there we go. I didn't do the fantasy preview yet. We're getting there. We are into the pre-race invocation time. We finished the last quiz pretty quickly. I probably shouldn't have started this one. We'll have time to finish it. Elt Sawyer. Tommy Ellis is on here. Stacy Compton. Casey Atwood, probably not. Okay, no, he is on here. Tim Fedewa on here. Jason Leffler. He's on here. Casey Kane, he's on here. Jeremy Mayfield is not on here. Labonte. Yep, Steve Grissom. Jason Keller, yes. Who else has driven for Junior Motorsports over the years? Sammy Smith. Chandler Smith. Got both of them. Wyatt Snyder. He made the, yeah, I was going to say he made the playoffs the one year. Championship 4 in 2022. I was at that race. Who was racing for the title that day? It was 3 of them for Junior Motorsports against Gibbs. That I can remember. We already got Gregson, Allgaier. Someone in the chat's put Parsons, so I'll put him down real quick. Johnny Benson is definitely on here too. I got Sadler. Just put Jack Sprague. He was on the list. Terry Cook? No. Dennis Setzer was on here. JoJo, welcome into the stream. Championship 4. Josh Berry. There we go. 2022. I was having to think Junior Motorsports for so long. Finally got it. Jimmy Hensley in the chat. Larry Pearson. Boom. Morgan Shepherd? No. $2021. There's only one there. I think we just got to keep freelancing and naming as many more as we can. David Gilliland? No. What about David Reagan? Okay. Waltrip? Nope. McDowell? Probably not. Try it anyway. I'll try Rudiman anyway. David Rudiman was actually runner-up in 2007. Scott Riggs? Riggs is on here. Scott Wimmer. David Starr. Ah. You got 9 minutes left on the quiz. And we'll have our quick preview of the race leading into the drop of the green flag. Robert Presley. Chat, thank you. I tried Jeremy Clements, but he wasn't in here. John Barber, welcome to the stream. Happy Father's Day as well. STL Mark, thanks for tuning in. Jimmy Clements, JoJo, welcome to the stream. Race picks have 10 minutes. Harvick in 01. Yes, I do have Harvick. I think I've got all the former champions. No, we do not have the 1990 champion. We've got all the other champions otherwise, though. Chad Little is probably on here. There we go. Musgrave, because we were talking about him on a... No, he was not on here. Never mind, I lied. Mike Skinner, I think I already put him on the list. Todd Cleaver. Chuck Bone. Coming in clutch there. I always forget about him on these quizzes. Apologize to Mr. Chuck Bone. It's got to be because it was before my time, and I definitely can't recognize him by face. Bowman on here at all? No. Chastain? Okay, Ross Chastain's on here. 2020 Championship 4. Oh my goodness. Justin Haley. There we go. All right. There's still one more Championship 4 driver from 2020. Yeah, Danica was top 10. That's right. Stewart on here at all? No, he didn't run enough races. Hamlin is on here. Can't believe I didn't put him yet. We got 272 of 350. 6.5 minutes. Ricky Craven. Yes. John Andretti on here? No. John Wood? Nope. I tried Morgan Shepherd. I would imagine Kenny Schrader. No, he ran mostly Cup in the 90s. Too much Cup. No, I doubt Bill Lester's on here. He primarily ran trucks. I got JJ Yaley already. Bone wrong? It's not Bone? How'd I say it the first time? Chuck Bound? That doesn't sound right to me. I feel like I've always said Chuck Bone. I really don't know anything about him. That's terrible. Trevor Bayne is probably on here. Yep. Thank you for that. Did I try David Reagan yet? I'm pretty sure I did. Okay. Paul Menard? There we go. Rickard Kligerman? There we go. He's on here a few times. Landon Castle on here at all? Ah, thought I stole another one. Shane Meal is not on the list. Bound. Chuck Bound. Same as Down. All right. I apologize. No, the race hasn't started yet. Tommy Ellis. I think I put him already. Yeah, Mike McLaughlin. There we go. McLaughlin. Arnie Irvin on here at all? No. Tim Richmond is. Casey Mears is not on the list. I think he went straight to Cup. Did I try McMurray? I thought I did. Steve Park? There we go. Jeff Purvis. Thank you, chat. Buckshot Jones. I'm pretty sure he was on here when I put for Eric Jones earlier. Brandon Jones. We still got 2 drivers last season that were top 10 in points. SVG? Van Gisbergen. No. Because only 12 make the playoffs, so I was wondering if SVG maybe got it. I already got the Dillons and Birds. I don't think Ryan Preece ran long enough for him to be on here, no. Wallace, Kenny Wallace, of course, is on here. I'm well aware engines fire off here pretty soon. We're wrapping up our quiz, everybody, and then we'll get into the usual race coverage. Did an extra one because we cleared out the first quiz super quick. Brennan Poole. Yes, couple times. Look at Spencer Gallagher. No. Shauna Robinson. Nope. Not on the list. I already tried Mark Martin. Brendan Gaughan. Yeah, he's on here. Yeah, we got Vickers because he's a former champ. He's got speed now. Flopple. Nope. Got less than 2 minutes on the quiz. Engines are just firing, and we will get into the starting lineup for today's race momentarily. Joe Bessie. That's a pole, and he's not on here, so never mind. Anthony Alfredo. No, that was a good guess, though. Ed Barrier. He is not on the list either. I already got Johnny Benson. I'm pretty sure I put him already. I'm struggling just from last year. I haven't thought about it enough. Riley Herbst. Haha, there we go. Still got one more from last season. Kaz Grala? No. It's a good guess. There's a 2020 Championship 4 driver I'm missing. I do have Randy LaJoy already. I tried Rick Mast. Dallenbach, right? Probably not. I've got Gregson already. Who am I missing from last season? We got 2 seconds. That's going to be it. Oh my gosh, I didn't put Chase Briscoe on here. Oh man. Sheldon Creed. Oh my gosh. I was thinking of I'm like, it's got to be somebody who has won. Wrong. Because Sheldon Creed hasn't won yet. Matt Tiff did win a race that, 2018. That's right. He was race for Childress. Blake Cook, Brian Scott, Mike Bliss. I can't believe I didn't come around to Mike Bliss at all. Brian Scott's on here a ton, though. I can't believe I forgot Chase Briscoe. He's the only active driver. Mike Bliss is on here a ton. Marcus Ambrose was on here a couple times. All right, Marcos. Cole Witt, one season. Johnny Sauter. I can't believe I didn't put him. Ashton Lewis. Jeff Fuller, Kevin LePage. Tommy Houston, I didn't get him yet. That's bad. He won a bunch of races. Butch Miller. Bobby Dotter a couple times. Tom Peck is on here twice. Oh, Rick Mast is on here. I thought I put Rick Mast already. Maybe that was on the last list. I swear I tried Rick Mast. I must not have. Apologize for that, because somebody in the chat said Rick Mast. I thought I had him already. LD Ottinger. There's another one on the list. I mean, not bad. We got, 315 out of 350. 90% out of 69 was the average. So, I mean, pretty solid. All things considered there. All right, back to the regularly scheduled programming. It is time to go racing here in Mexico City for the NASCAR Cup Series for the first time ever. We will go through the starting lineup for today's race and then quickly highlight the Fantasy League soon after. So pull up the raw feed on the screen currently. Starting on the pole for the first time this season, Shane Van Gisbergen in his rookie year trying to go for a win to lock himself up into the playoffs. Ryan Preece outside of row number 1 after qualifying yesterday afternoon, right on the fringe for the playoff bubble. Ross Chastain, a former road course winner at COTA in 2022, and Ty Gibbs still a search for his first career win, will be in road number 2 as well. Michael McDowell, road course winner Indy a couple years ago, and Kyle Larson, 6-time Cup Series road course winner in road 3. Road 4 will be Todd Gillen, who was top 10 in both practices on Friday, and AJ Allmendinger, a 3-time road course winner in the Cup Series. Joey Logano with Daniel Suarez make up row 5. Suarez winning the Xfinity race yesterday, and he also has a road course win at the Cup level 2022, a win at Sonoma. Kyle Busch and Chase Elliott will line up in row number 6. We know how accomplished both of those drivers are in road courses. Josh Berry, Eric Jones line up in row number 7. Riley Herbst, Chris Buescher in row 8. Buescher, a win at Watkins Glen a year ago, and he was also top 5 in both practice sessions on Friday. Justin Haley, Ryan Blaney in row 9. Blaney's only road course win the Roval in 2018. Chase Briscoe with Austin Cindric make up row number 10. In row 11, Austin Dillon, Tyler Reddick. Reddick the most wins of any driver with the next-gen car on a road course. Carson Hocevar, who's been on a hot streak as of late, will start deeper in the field today inside of row 12 with Zane Smith to his outside. Smith coming off a top 10 at Michigan a week ago. Bubba Wallace with 3 career road course top 10s and the inside of row 13, Cole Custer to his outside. Pretty deep in the qualifying order for William Byron, as he'll be starting 27th inside of row 14 today. Ty Dillon to his outside. Byron's teammate Alex Bowman inside of row 15, and Brad Keselowski in the outside. Keselowski looking for his first top 10 on a road course in 14 starts. Christopher Bell has struggled this week, much like Reddick on the Toyota camp on the speed charts Friday and Saturday. He starts 31st inside of row 16, despite winning the only road course race so far this season at COTA. John Nemechek will also be in that row. Behind them in row number 17 will be Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Cody Ware. Noah Gregson, Ryan Truex in row 18, and Truex is filling in for Denny Hamlin, who was on baby watch throughout the course of the week, but luckily he did have the birth of his son a couple of days ago, but with the race taking place in Mexico, he is still back home in Charlotte. And rounding out the field will be Catherine Legg, making her first career Cup start on a road course today. Obviously an accomplished road course racer. Curious to see what she can do. That is the only open entry for this weekend, so a 37-car field will make up today's race. 100 laps is our scheduled distance. Stage 1, only 20 laps. Same distance as what it was for the Xfinity race yesterday, so it should fly by pretty quickly. If you haven't joined the NASCAR Fantasy League yet, be sure to do so. The NASCAR mobile app or NASCAR.com website. Got 2 chances to win any tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing the following season if you win our regular season and or playoff championship. As you see here, I'm on the main page of NASCAR.com. There will be a fantasy tab. You'll click on that. And then Fantasy Live, right here on the left. You click on Fantasy Live, and that'll be my team for the weekend. A lot of underdogs this week. I feel like this race, compared to any other we've had this season, we could see an obscure winner, or at least a driver who hasn't won yet this season. I'm very confident in somebody who has very good road course capability getting a win today. Chris Buescher. He's on my team. He scored 14 top 10s and 16 road course races with the next-gen car. It's most of any driver. He also has the best average finish of any driver on a road course. He qualified mid-pack today, but I do think he could be a contender for a very solid finish and a very good points day to go with that. Chase Elliott, we know, is a great road course racer, although hasn't been as good in the next-gen car. He still had good, consistent finishes, 12 top 10s in the 15 races he has ran. Ty Gibbs has had several good runs. He starts in the second row today. Michael McDowell, very good road course racer as well. And Spire Motorsports has been quick in recent weeks, so riding the hot momentum. I'm taking Shane Van Gisbergen for the win, so he's going to be on my team starting from the pole today. And Daniel Suarez is on my team as well, but he'll be starting in the garage. He's my least likely of these 6 to have a good day, but based off of having the extra track time like he did yesterday, winning the Xfinity race, has to do something for him, you would imagine, even if it's a much different car than the Cup Series in today. As far as the head-to-head picks go, Kyle Busch versus Ross Chastain, I have Ross Chastain. SVG's my pick for the win, so I obviously have him over Daniel Suarez. Michael McDowell over Alex Bowman by far. I don't think Bowman's going to compete very well today. And McDowell, obviously, my fantasy lineup. I have both Gibbs and Elliott in my fantasy lineup, but I went with Ty Gibbs this weekend. Again, extra track time, much like Suarez. I think it's going to help him. And he probably had one of the 2 fastest cars in the Xfinity race yesterday, despite not getting the win. So again, 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing if you win our regular season and or playoff championship. Name of the league on NASCAR.com is KRC League. KRC in all caps, space, and then a capital L on league. So I've got that in the chat. And as I pull the starting lineup back on screen, I'll turn it over to the Amazon Prime Video booth. Dale Jr., Steve Letarte, and Adam Alexander on the play-by-play call for today's race. Once again.
Difficult braking zone at the end here into turn 4. You got a sweeper, pretty simple corner to get through once you're in it. And then you got a very difficult switchback of 5, 6, 7, and then 8, 9, as well as 10. You have to get through those corners one after the other perfectly to set you up for a passing zone into the braking for turn 11. That is a very difficult corner. You can make a lot of mistakes there. You can also make a lot of mistakes here in this tough stadium section. 12, 13, 14, 15. Get through there really good and present you with another passing opportunity at the end of this long front straightaway. Really fun racetrack. The drivers are having a lot of fun with the challenges.
One of the best every time we come to a new venue or any time on the road. Kyle Larson starting 6 today. Marty with his crew chief.
Yeah, there's so much strategy to play out today here, Adam, in Mexico City, as some raindrops I see here on pit road. Cliff Daniels, how do you call this race where it could be wet, it could be dry, and there's so many strategy plays?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to take it as it comes, and we've certainly discussed all the scenarios of rain, you know, what's going to look like if there's a lot of tire fall off. Coming here, I think we thought it was going to be a pretty straightforward 2-stop race, but that looks a little different now. So we had to do a lot of work to our Valvoline Chevy, you know, just trying to get a hold of the tractor in practice, but I think we're in a better spot now. So we're going to take it as it comes. I know Kyle's going to do a great job for us, and also, and just try to make sure we're there at the end.
All right, Steve, I think Cliff said it. It's not going to be straightforward. It's never straightforward for you crew chiefs, is it?
No, never straightforward. A lot of preparation goes into it. This weather just makes it even more complicated. We're starting to see just a few raindrops on some of the roof cameras. Here you see this Ford Performance onboard of Austin Centric. You see the drops coming down. Remember now, if you're tuning in for your first time, this rain shower will not cancel the race on the road courses. These cars are equipped with wet weather equipment. They have these flaps behind the rear tires to help with spray. They have run lights. We also have wet weather tires. So these drivers will continue to radio in as we go around this circuit and decide. So far, I still think it's good for dries.
You know, you talk about the wet. And there's one theory that you get a wet racetrack and it really opens things up because it creates chaos and makes it a wild card. The other theory is it exaggerates the advantage for those drivers that are so good at this style of racing.
Everything is going to exaggerate the advantage because of the challenges. So we talked a lot about the elevation, and I think the person at home can understand that, hey, when you just can't get a big breath of fresh air, it hurts your lungs, you can't run as fast. Well, the cars as well. The elevation affects them dramatically. Let's go into the prime garage and take a look. It starts with the aero effects. Thick air pushes down, a lot of downforce, and also heavy drag. The car has to cut through that thick air. Well, as we thin the air up, the downforce goes down, the drag goes down, so it's faster down the straightaways. But let's go under the hood and talk about the other real big effects. 2 that jump out. 1, the air going into the engine. But my concern would be the air going into the brakes. This high altitude does not cool very well. This thinner air, you try to get as much as you can in, but if your driver does not take care of it, the brakes are going to overheat, the pedal is going to fade, and you're just going to have no overall stopping power. So basically, a little less power, a little less downforce, less drag, and less cooling. So it kind of does everything you want it to do the wrong way. It's fat.
You guys will have to correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but I believe that Mexico City is mountain time as far as what time zone they are in. And about 5 p.m. local time, it ups to about a 50% chance of rain, off and on again between about a 30% chance of rain between now and 5 o'clock. If it is 5 o'clock local time, this race is starting at about 1:30, so I would like to think it should get over before torrential rainfall, at least for later on. But again, 30% chance of rain. You never know. We could see some rain showers beforehand. And as you just heard from Steve Letarte, rain tires are applicable for these drivers considering it is a road course. So we will be racing more than likely to this entire 100 lap distance here today. All right. Pace car is headed for the stadium section of the racetrack. It will pull onto pit road shortly. You can see the raindrops falling on the Prime Video aerial cameras surrounding the track, but the track is not necessarily deemed damp yet, so we're going to start on slick tires today. And Shane Van Gisbergen is elected the inside row of row number 1 as he'll lead the field to the green for the first time in a points-paying race in 2025. Launches late in the restart zone. Green flag is in the air. We're underway in the first ever race in Mexico City for the NASCAR Cup Series, the Viva Mexico 250. And we are live. nearing 170 miles per hour before the braking zone of turn 1. A 7/10 of a mile front main straightaway before a harsh 90-degree right-handed flat turn into a flat left-hander at 90 degrees, followed by another 90-degree right-hander. And the two track-out Chevys are going to come out with the lead out of the first 3 turns. One car went off into the grass in turn 3. That was the 77 sophomore driver Carson Hocevar. He loses several positions, regaining himself back to the racetrack. Ryan Preece, who started on the outside of row number 1, only fell back 1 spot to 3rd. As mentioned already, Trackhouse teammates leading the way, currently SVG and Ross Chastain. Leaders heading their way through the S's, mostly single file, definitely not an area of the racetrack you want to go side by side. There's very few areas around this racetrack you want to be side by side. The more you're door to door with another car in these very tight corners around this road course circuit, the more time you're going to lose. Caution flag is out already on the opening lap, and it might be because of the rain.
And it's for weather.
Yep.
Well, you can see right here on board with the prime onboard camera on Chase Elliott, you see the drops. You know, we have the rain right here out in front of us in the booth. It's a heavy mist. It's a heavy rain. I wouldn't even call it a mist, but definitely a good idea for NASCAR to get the caution out before anybody gets off. There's not a lot of area to, there's some runoff at certain parts of the track. Let's say, for example, coming out of the stadium right here, there's walls everywhere. If we have any kind of an issue, the driver surprised us dry through there, right? Underneath that little canopy. You come out of there into the wet, hit that wall. Could be a big trouble for the rest of the day. So smart by NASCAR to get the caution out here.
We'll step aside. Early caution for rain in Mexico City. Van Gisbergen on top.
Didn't even get a full green flag lap in there. Caution comes out right as the leaders were entering the stadium section of the racetrack around turns 12, 13, and 14. And then the caution comes out. You can definitely tell on some of the cameras on the top of the race cars that there is definite rain falling. There were some slight drops in the pre-race as they were on the parade laps that got the race started. And then again, caution for rain. So all this caution does is opens the window that now NASCAR says you can put on rain tires since we technically started on the slicks. Had we had the option to start on rain tires, then we wouldn't have had a caution right there quickly. But because everybody was still on slicks on the parade laps and we went green, that is why we ended up getting a caution for the rain. So these teams are going to come down. They're going to put rain tires on if they choose. Some could still stay out there on the slicks if they feel like it's not going to rain very long and we're not really going to lose the racetrack entirely. Slicks may be the way to go. But if it continues to rain like this, then obviously you're going to want to run the wet weather tires. Quite a few that will be taking wet weather tires. I'm just interested to see if anybody takes slicks because that will pay off as the track dries out. If it dries out, of course. So now, we're going to have an early pit stop. You know, some teams are maybe going to top off on fuel, but I don't imagine that's going to become too much of an issue here. You heard from Cliff Daniels, crew chief of the number 5, Kyle Larson, stating that coming into the day, it was going to be a pretty easy 2-stop race by way of fuel. They weren't exactly sure what the tire fall off was going to look like, and obviously with the rain, that is another determining factor as to potentially having more pit stops than that. But for fuel purposes, a pretty standard 2-stop race. But obviously with the rain, we're already going to see 1 stop coming up right here for the wet weather tires. It looks like a steady rainfall. It doesn't look like it's necessarily downpouring, but it is for sure raining. 100-lap race here today. First lap completed under the caution. Ponchos are out. But fans are sticking it out because they know that they're still going to continue to see some racing. They look to still be happy, so that's good. They're not upset at the fact that they're sitting out in the rain necessarily. I think they're excited at the fact that we're still going to be racing.
Pit road is open.
These teams will come down. I'm assuming they're all going to go to wet weather tires. Looking at the rain right here. Very small boxes is going to be very busy, Trevor. These will be competitive stops here. The 71 opting to come down and put on rain tires. At first they weren't sure, but now the rain has really picked up here on the front stretch.
Ty Gibbs in that 54 middle of your screen, just like Trevor said, gonna put on wet weather tires for Ty Gibbs. Remember, he ran that Xfinity race yesterday, felt very confident today, Marty.
Shane Van Gisbergen going to go to the wets here as well. Already got the windshield wiper working. As you can see, he's in pit stall #1. And you would think SVG, with his experience in the rain, would love racing in the rain. He told me this morning, I actually can't stand it. I do not like racing in the rain. We'll see if that experience pays off. His teammate, Ross Chastain, will end the race on pit road as everybody goes to wets here in Mexico City.
Walk us through the whole situation again here, Steve, because I've got a couple guys that are out behind the pace car, but this is the equipment that these teams have to use when they come to a race where you could run the wet.
Yeah, so you see the windshield wiper, pretty straightforward. Running light is basically a light. You see it on the graphic there. That's more for visibility. It's not a brake light. It doesn't work with the brake pedal. It's just running the whole time. The defogger's inside the car. Hopefully yours works well. Keep the windshield clear. The rain flaps are what you see down behind the rear tires. Think about a mud flap on a big tractor trailer. These flaps are really just to reduce spray. These cars have more than enough grip. It's the vision that's the challenge when it comes to the rain. And then the wet tires, which are optional. You said those 2 cars that stay on the racetrack. That tells me that they're still on slicks. That is going to be an adventure. And they may just want to get one more lap. Maybe they'll think it's too wet and they'll abort and go to these treaded tires. This is what a rain tire looks like. Much like your street tire at home, has the tread to dissipate the water.
Yeah, the conditions of this racetrack are getting worse by the second. And I'm just shocked by those two guys who want to stay out there on the slicks. That's going to be so difficult with the field behind you all over the
I would imagine they're going to come to pit road at some point before the restart.
For a driver, when you're put in this situation, there's only a couple things you really need to be concerned with. Obviously, stay off the paint. Any kind of a painted surface or stripe. There's some curbs on the outside of the braking zone of turn 11, for example. It's literally paint on the racetrack. There's no curb at all. It looks like a curb. Stay off of that. That's going to be very slick in a braking zone like that. Also, you want to get in the wet on the straightaways. Keep the temperature out of the tires. So fine water as the lane tends to dry up, the racing line tends to dry up. Find the wet part of the racetrack down the straightaway to keep the tip down in the tire. And when you can, run offline a little bit. Don't run in the racing line. That's where all the oil and dirt and residue collects. It'll get really slick with that water on top. And so you want to run offline when you can to find grip when it's really wet. Right now, I think there's not a lot of opportunity to really get offline in some of these sections of the racetrack, but you're going to try to do that when you can.
Drivers got to get one more lap under yellow to check out the track conditions. We mentioned a tight pit road and competitive pit stops. On board right here, Chase Elliott trying to leave. The 4 coming in.
Oh.
35 squeezing. The 9 has to come to a stop. No harm, no foul, but close conditions.
I couldn't tell exactly what team it was, but there was a pit crew member that looked like he was smiling as he was waiting for his car to come in. Mr. Reese is like, I can't believe we're doing this. That's what it kind of looked like to me, at least. So Ross Chastain ended up winning the race off of pit road. We're currently on lap 3. Our leaderboard hasn't quite updated yet. But Chastain won the race out of the pits. And 2 drivers stayed out of the pits entirely, which were Austin Cindric and Chris Buescher. So they're still on slicks, expecting the rain to die off very quickly. But if it doesn't, they're going to have a hard time trying to hold on for grip. They both qualified middle of the pack. So this is in an effort to try to leapfrog in the track position. But if the track doesn't dry out, they're going to end up falling back even further than what they were already running. Seen this several times in the few rain races we have had over recent years. More recently, Chicago street race each of the last 2 years has had wet weather tires and or rain dampening the track at certain points of that race. We also had a cup race at Watkins Glen start in the wet a couple of years ago as well. And obviously COTA back in 2021, where that entire race was in the rain. And that may be more reminiscent to this, considering it is a new road course for the Cup Series. Although Chicago would have been also a similar circumstance to that. I think this is more of a hybrid between both tracks. Albeit there is some elevation changes at this road course, mostly flat. So not to the extent where there would be elevation changes like a Circuit of the Americas, but a lot of tighter hairpin-like corners here, just like Circuit of the Americas. This track being purpose-built, obviously, for open wheel racing. This is the Formula One circuit for Mexico. Just like when we do go to Circuit of the Americas, which, again, was the only other road course race we've had so far this year for the Cup Series. Couple more still to come. Sonoma and Chicago will be back-to-back on the schedule in a few weeks. Watkins Glen later on in August as well. My pre-race prediction was Shane Van Gisbergen to win. I asked you guys in the chat poll who is most likely to win of the 4 options. 47 votes already, and SVG is the favorite to win as well. 48% via you guys in the chat. 27% taking Kyle Larson, 21% for Daniel Suarez, and only 4% taking Ross Chastain. Those are my 4 favorites coming into the race today. So that's why I put those 4 in there. And SVG again was my pick.
You talk about decisions all day long. Well, a big decision, I call it an absolute gamble. The 17 of Bushel, the 2 of Cindric are on the racetrack with slicks. Yellow Goodyear tires, the other ones have white. You see slicks on the right, treaded on the left. Those slicks fork in the dry, but they are icy in the wet. They were both outside the top 15. I think this is a gamble. If they stay out, I don't see how this is going to work at turn 1, Dale.
It's still pouring. It's still pouring on the racetrack all the way around. So still getting wetter and wetter. Look at that on board right there.
Now they could hit, right? They might not, but they could.
Really good. We'll see how this works out.
Well, they're not going to follow the pace car, so it looks like it's going to be Buescher and Cindric on slick tires leading the field to the green. Everybody else on rain tires behind him. The front 2 slide their tires as they try to get going. Chastain quickly to the outside to evade the 2 cars in front, and we're racing for turn 1. Cindric well out ahead of the 17, but as he goes into the braking zone into the first turn, is his car going to stick? Is going to be the next question. Ty Gibbs putting pressure to the inside of the 2 for the race lead into that first turn. Cindric can't get the inside line to hold. He slides wide. And Ty Gibbs is going to come out with the race lead. Everybody stacking up behind Chris Buescher. 2 and 3 wide through turns 2 and 3. Cindric struggling to get going. SVG is to his outside. And Gibbs is trying to extend this early lead he has down this next longer straightaway headed for turn number 4. 4 wide. Splitting around Cindric is Priest, SVG, and Chastain. Still 3 wide into the 4th turn for second place between the 60, 88, and the 1. Priest goes a bit wide through 5. Chastain clears him. Now into the S's, a bit of contact between the Trackhouse Chevys of Van Gisbergen and Chastain. Big slide by SVG, but he holds on, and Priest is back alongside of him again in turn 8. Larson wheeling his way around Cindric. Austin Cindric has already from the front row fallen to 7th. And I believe Chris Buescher is out of the top 10 already. Big gamble, obviously not paying off by staying out on the slick tires for those 2. A few other drivers further back in the pack also went wide into the first turn. Byron, Nemechek, Austin Dillon were off in the grass, and they fall to the rear end of the lead lap as we wrap up the opening lap of the green flag portion of this race. The first lap was not completed under green. Cars are bouncing off of each other 3 wide, trying to get traction, trying to make passes as aggressively as they can, knowing that this is probably the most opportune time to make passes because the mistakes by other drivers around them is going to be very high.
That decision by the right in between. In some dry patches, you're right in that decision as we see Cindric kind of hanging on to some track position here with that call that they made. I understand the gamble. I don't agree with the risk. They were running 17 to 20. First, they weren't last. They had some track position, and I'm afraid you could get easily just spit off course and lose every chance you have.
Even with a damp racetrack, this rain tire holds on really well, provides a ton of grip. As long as you get it in the wet, get it in the puddles on the straightaway to keep the temperature out of it, that tire will really hold on really well, even as this track dries out. So I don't see the advantage or any advantage coming down the road for the 17 or the 1 or the 2.
Side by side for second, the 88 and the 1. The 88 is surpassed Chastain. He'll set his sights on Gibbs, the current race leader. And to your point, Dale, there'll be a crossover. When it starts to dry, there'll be a point where the slicks are just faster overall. We're nowhere near that right now. You see the windshield wipers going. How about the biggest movers, Bella?
Oh, bushes.
It's already there. He is
All
right
over
there.
the place.
Track Mobile 1, number 20. This is going to be a great look because this is what you're seeing as the Toyota onboard camera. Look at the windshield. View is actually better than I thought. Visibility pretty decent. Let's look at the spray. Looks like though, as we get out the straightaway, look at that. Spray continues to get worse and worse. Windshield wiper basically teasing you with about 2 inches of dry.
Teasing, that is the right word.
And a lot of the other road courses, we have a ton of spray because of the speeds. Here it's so slow. I think the spray is going to be very manageable for the teams. Visibility very good. Yeah.
Well, if you look at Joey Logano currently running in the 32nd position, came off pit road in the 33rd position after starting this race. Nice. What happened? Well, during that pit stop, they did not get the lug tight. He actually he boxed forward. They realized it. He had to back up to tighten that so they would not suffer a burst or lost field. And then it put him way behind in the running order.
A great qualifying effort yesterday, but down 24 spots since the start of this race. Fastest lap of the day belongs to Shane Van Gisbergen. He's second right now, 2 seconds behind race leader.
Oh, Busch goes around hard into the 7 of Justin Haley as he slipped the rear tires into turn 1. Couldn't get the car to slow. Big impact. Haley was a sitting bystander, and so was Chase Briscoe, Kyle Larson, and Zane Smith, who were also collected. AJ Allmendinger in the 16s got severe rear damage.
White just
Man, oh man.
That was a massive hit. Combos just lost all traction.
Larson's
The rear
broke.
brakes locked up on the entry to that corner.
Second caution, 7 laps in.
Is that ballast?
Let's take a look exactly what happened, Dale. You mentioned it. It was on braking. Here's Kyle Busch. And he is on the brakes, and it is just not going, and he loses rear grip. The car behind him the same way. And then it's just pinballs down here in the corner. The 38 of Zane Smith was kind of chasing the 8 in. They both lost rear grip, and then Cindric, he comes in on those slicks. No chance to slow down.
Yeah, it was like those guys, they're out there in that traditional line trying to brake and slow the car down in that traditional line. And as it gets wet, you got to sort of offset a little bit and use a different part of the racetrack really to find that grip. There's a right on board with AJ Allmendinger. Watch this. Oh,
That's a big
you
hit.
never saw that coming. Riding on board with Zane Smith next year. Not getting this thing stopped, Zane.
It's like he was using Kyle Busch as a reference. Kyle was in way too deep.
We had a lot of cars, even in the dry practice, locking up rear brakes, having big trouble in the braking zones.
How about Todd Gilman? He was in position to be collected. Somehow maneuvers through into 34, and I don't think he got any of it. 2 early cautions in Mexico City. Tight hit.
I just turned the audio down a bit.
Locking up rear brakes, having big trouble in the braking zones.
Is it too loud because it's cutting in and out? You'll have to let me know in the chat when I do have the Prime Video audio on. If the mic is peaking out and it's cutting in and out, I could turn it down. But if that's not the case, then I'll just leave it where it's at. Because I don't want it to be too quiet. I want to make sure that you guys can hear them perfectly fine. Larson's definitely got some suspension damage with the right front of his race car. The back of the 16 and the 7 are smashed in. I would assume the way Kyle Busch hit left rear of his car, I believe into the back of the 16 of Allmendinger, that car is probably broken enough. And it looks like Busch is trying to pull into the garage area. I speak in the Amazon. Oh, I gotcha. I meant to mute it at the same time. I was trying to mute it and give you the call of the crash as it was happening. So that might have been why it was cutting in and out quite a bit. I was fumbling around. I wasn't expecting that to happen. I got to have my hand on the controller on the ready at all times, and I didn't, so I apologize for that. Zane Smith's car is crab walking down onto pit road. Not the only one from this incident that has some sort of a suspension issue with the back and or the front. Yeah, Larson, if his day continues on, he's definitely going to have to pull into the garage area and then return to the track a few laps down. I doubt they're going to be able to keep that 5 car in the lead lap. Same for Kyle Busch and several others involved in the crash. There looked to be about 7 or 8 cars total that had some sort of damage from this incident. Again, it took place in turn 1 on lap 6 in the rain. Larson back in the garage. Same for Kyle Busch. Cliff Daniels going to work on the right front himself, getting his hands dirty here as well. So time is of the essence for these drivers to try to get back in and keep from losing multiple laps, if at all possible. Wild start here today in Mexico City for the first ever NASCAR Cup race at this track. Lap 1, rain came. Caution for rain, rain tires on, and we have our first incident in the rain to follow.
24-hour. A team fueled by innovation and driven to make history. American Thunder, NASCAR to Le Mans. Watch now only on Prime. Looking at Zane Smith, and there you see him sitting idle on the pit lane. It's our FanDuel onboard camera. He's one of those drivers collected in this incident 7 laps in Mexico City. Larson on the board, Haley. All started with Kyle Busch, AJ Allmendinger getting a piece of the action. So did Chase Briscoe, mentioned Zane Smith already. They're working on these cars.
So these cars here that have gone back to the garage area years back, they would be out of the race. Not so much here. You have the ability to repair it. You can't change anything and everything. There is a list of parts that you're allowed to change. I'm looking at all these cars. I think they're going to be within that list of parts. And if the rain continues to fall, Trevor, chaos may ensue. So get prepared. Track could be valuable points. 17 car coming down now to rip the Band-Aid off. They opted the first time to stay on slicks. Now they're going to put on wets. The 2 cars stayed out, though. Listen to Chris Buescher's audio.
Yeah, it's just getting worse. I think that call, I thought it was, I thought it was going to stop too, but
These conditions right now are super challenging for the crew chiefs, as we mentioned. It's just barely missing. That's why the 2 cars stayed out, Kim.
And a couple takers on my end of pit road. The 22 of Joey Logano coming down for fuel only. Didn't really feel like they had much track position to lose by topping off. And in the 24, they actually changed tires. Williams saying, though, that turn 4 braking zone, he's starting to lock up the rears.
A lot of great information. You heard Buescher's radio, so it was a driver decision. To be honest, I'm going to need some help if I'm top of the pit blocks. I can look at the radar, but we don't do this a whole lot. You think it's too wet? You think it's going to dry? I mean, Cindric stayed out in the 11th position. I can't tell you how good of a job the driver of the 2 is doing to be able to pull this move off right here. We saw the 8 and the 38 wreck, under braking. They had the groove tires on board this Ford Performance Cam for Cindric. He has stayed inside the top 15 on slicks. This is outstanding.
The other thing I would say, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Let's say that they had come down and done the conventional thing, and that is just go to rain tires when everyone else did. Maybe that puts their track position right in the middle of the accident. Neither one of them get involved, and they live to fight another day, and we'll see what Cindric does here. And over the long haul, as track conditions continue to change. The other thought is the points impact. Kyle Busch comes in tied at the cut line. We know what a great opportunity race this is for him and AJ Allmendinger, and now they find themselves squarely behind the 8 ball, no pun intended.
Right on board with Ty Gibbs, our leader with the Monster Energy camera. Got to shout out Ty this weekend. It's had great speed. Had speed yesterday in the Xfinity Series. They've been, they've had a tough year, way down in the points, in a must-win situation every single week. We're going to check out some more on boards that we have for today. This is Ryan Truex driving for Denny Hamlin this weekend with Toyota Racing on board. And then the Xfinity Mobile on board with Tyler Reddick.
Go to the 99, Daniel Suarez, the Telcel on board.
This is his favorite place, the stadium. And another driver that could get it done today, Michael McDowell, the Blaster onboard camera. Marty?
Adam, Steve mentioned there's a damaged vehicle policy work area. That's where Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch have both come to these teams trying to get this work done in the allotted amount of time that NASCAR gives them. Fairly significant right front and actually right rear damage they found for Kyle Larson once he came back. For Kyle Busch, the damage is worse. So right rear, also left rear has some damage as well. So they're going to be up against the clock to get all the changes done, Adam, to get it back out on the track.
right at the midway.
All right, green flag back in the air, and we're back to Ty Gibbs and Shane Van Gisbergen on the front row for the restart. Daniel Suarez is well out in the wet as we get to the green. He's going to lose a bit of time doing so. Eric Jones is going to slip underneath him, and Michael McDowell also will get past. That's around 5th and 6th place. Gibbs and SVG still side by side for the lead as they head for turn 1. A little bit of a side draft. I'm not sure how much in the slower wet weather lap times that's going to make a huge effect, but it was down the longest straightaway nevertheless. And Gibbs will come out of turn 1 with the lead. SVG trying to close in turns 2 and 3, and it looks like he's going to be able to slip back to the inside of Gibbs, who chatters the front tires just a bit on corner exit wide off of turn 3. So Van Gisbergen is underneath him now, and he'll have the inside line into turn 4. Out breaks Gibbs, keeps the car from sliding wide, and the 88 of Shane Van Gisbergen's back out in front again here in Mexico City. He was close to clearing by the exit of turn 4. By the time they got into the entrance of turn 5 and into the S's, Shane Van Gisbergen was definitely clear. This will end up being the 4th lead change of the race if the 88 can lead back to the start-finish line. He currently does have the fastest lap of the race so far, which was still back on lap number 1, it looks like. So he must have completed that lap under green while everybody else behind him couldn't when they were still on the dry tires, because his fastest lap is more than 2 seconds better than anybody else's. Much wider arc into turn 13 for Ty Gibbs, trying to find something different than Shane Van Gisbergen's line to try to pull back alongside of SVG, and he does in turn 15. Great job by Ty Gibbs, but as he slides the rear tires trying to pick the throttle back up to the main straightaway, he's not able to stay alongside of SVG for very much longer. Halfway through stage 1, 10 laps down, 10 to go.
You must like that asphalt out there if it's an advantage.
We're making it work back there behind him. Christopher Bell qualified 31st. He's made his way inside the top 10 early.
I imagine trying to get the power down coming out of turn 15. Racetrack. But there must be really hard. So the driver's just using a lot of racetrack to open up the wheel and get the power down coming up the front straightaway. The 60 and Priest to the inside.
Priest told Marty during NASCAR Live, it's one of the best cars I've ever had, certainly the best on a road course. He feels like he's a real threat. He's delivering after qualifying second.
And Ty Dillon up there as well. Trying to battle inside this top 10 with that number 10 car. Colleague struggled in practice. Maybe they've got things improved for the race. Look how offline they are. That's where the grip is when the track's really wet. Right here where McDowell is, a little bit harder to get the power down coming out of that corner.
But then you mentioned it, this area of the racetrack much wetter.
Right there, just not able to get power down, not able to turn. You got to be so careful through here. Kick the toe through this part of the racetrack. It's so frustrating when somebody drives away from you like that. Trevor.
10 car of Ty Dillon, not somebody we would normally expect to see within the top 10 here on a road course. Best finish of 15th and 26 starts. But the rain sometimes can be an equalizer for a guy like Ty Dillon. He's loving it. His crew chief also telling him under that caution to be aggressive with saving, that all those cautions could open up some strategy there, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. Between the wet weather where you just can't apply the throttle, as Dale was saying, plus the yellows, these cars are going to go much further than the expected 37 or 38 laps. I bet they're going to run 40 or 45 laps, no problem. Maybe even get to 50. That'd be halfway through the race. And if we stay in the wet conditions, the unknown becomes even greater. Now we're guessing on fuel mileage as well. Let's take a look what happened to the 4. Noah Gregson in a backup car. Just lack of grip. Around he goes.
I thought he was going to take it all the way around and just keep on going.
Look how much nicer it is for life in front, right? Vision's a whole lot better, clearer racetrack. Although pretty nice movements. 99 on board with Bell.
The rain's calmed down by quite a bit now, so still some issues with spray up onto the windshield from the car in front of you, but the track now should transition as they start to dry up, a particular line, Kim.
Yeah, seeing a great shot out of Bell's front windshield, but he's running in. You guys mentioned the movement we've seen from him after starting 31st. That wet weather playing exactly how the team wanted. I talked to crew chief Adam Stevens this morning. He said, man, rain is an absolute pain, especially as a crew chief, but it creates chaos. That is what we need. We have a fast car, but we need that to benefit us and get us a little bit further into the field and break into that top 5.
You know, I would say if you could map out a perfect day, it would be stay clean through the opening 2 stages, and be in the top 10 for the final stage. And when I look back at COTA where they won, that's exactly what they did. Pretty quiet stage 1, stage 2, but they took off in the final stage and maybe ahead of schedule today as he continues to drive through the field, establishing that track position. We're just over halfway through stage 1.
SVG currently lapping over a second faster than the second place car.
Leader looking good right now, Marty.
Yeah, Adam, and just to echo what Kim and you guys have been talking about, it has stopped raining here on pit road. When I went in to visit with Shane Van Gisbergen this morning, he was texting with a friend. That friend, four-time and current world F1 champion Max Verstappen. He was asking Max for some tips on this racetrack overall, but especially in the rain. He knows some secrets that Max has had here in the Mexican River. Formula One that's run here for many years, and Shane has never run here, so we got all the tips he could. Junior, I find it fascinating because the entire garage area looks up to SVG and says, hey, he's got it all figured out in road courses. But even SVG was looking for tips for anyone this morning.
That's because he's a dangerous man. I mean, he's just so good at what he does, and he seeks out any opportunity to continue to get better. We see him on this racetrack moving around, trying to get temperature out of the tire. Down the straightaway, he's running, trying to find the wettest part of the racetrack, really, to knock temp out of the tire. He knows the rain has quit. The track's going to start to transform. And so he needs to be able to take care of this tire to keep the life and the speed and grip in this wet weather tire. Let's get to the 2 radio.
All right, rain has completely stopped being on. It's still very wet. Stopped raining everywhere. Just keep patient with it. Right side.
Cedric 31st.
So they're hoping that being on these slicks, as this track dries out, there'll be a shift between the speed of the wet weather tire and this dry weather tire. But I feel like that's still a ways to go. It's still really wet over this part of the racetrack. Still really timid for a lot of the drivers to get through there comfortably. But I love the SVG, even though he's as good as he is open to any new information. Absolutely. And to have the opportunity to talk to Max is insane. Especially with the wealth of knowledge that he might have for this type of racetrack.
Look in front of Bell here. Blaney up to 7th in the running order. Van Gisbergen leading Gibbs.
4.5 second lead for Shane Van Gisbergen over Ty Gibbs currently. Fastest lap of the race for SVG was a 109.995. That was actually on lap 12. I thought it was lap 1 earlier that he might have completed that under dry weather conditions, and that's why it was almost 2 seconds faster lap. No, it was actually under a regular rain condition that everybody has had to deal with so far. So SVG is just that much quicker than everybody else in these wet conditions right now. So while you would think that that may be leveling the playing field for everybody versus him, it's actually even more so a benefit for that driver, the 88. Ty Gibbs is currently in second, as I mentioned already. He's 4.3 seconds off the lead, then 8.7 seconds back to Ryan Preece in third, and then Ross Chastain's 9.1 seconds off the lead in fourth. Fifth place is Daniel Suarez, Ty Dillon sixth, Ryan Blaney seventh, Christopher Bell eighth, Michael McDowell ninth, and Todd Gillen rounds out our current top 10. Cole Custer in 11th, Eric Jones in 12th, Chase Elliott 13th, Carson Hocevar 14th, Riley Herbst in 15th. 16th for Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick in 17th, 18th for Josh Berry, Ryan Truex is 19th, and Alex Bowman 20th. Brad Keselowski 21st, Joey Logano 22nd, AJ Allmendinger 23rd, William Byron 24th, and Austin Dillon 25th. 26th for Cody Ware, Chris Buescher 27th, John Hunter Nemechek 28th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 29th, and Noah Gragson in 30th. Austin Cindric and Catherine Legg are the last two in the lead lap, 31st and 32nd, with Chase Briscoe 1 lap down in 33rd, 1 lap down for Justin Haley in 34th, 5 laps down for Zane Smith in 35th. Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch off racetrack, still in the garage making repairs. They're 7 laps down and counting 36th and 37th. So the Kyle and Kyle show, if you will, at the back of the pack for right now. Thanks for everybody tuning in so far. Be sure to hit the like button on the stream if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content like this for every NASCAR race weekend. Truck Xfinity Cup races as well as Cup practice and qualifying. Got 37 likes currently. The chat poll will close at the end of stage 2 on the voting for who you think will win. So we still got a bit there as we're nearing the end of stage 1 currently. You're listening live on KRC to the Viva Mexico 250 for the NASCAR Cup Series. We'll be coming up on 5 laps to go in the stage this time by. A lot of action still to go in today's race. Again, 100 laps, slower race pace because of the laps being ran under rain conditions, but the rain has stopped. So the track is slowly drying out. There is more rain in the forecast expected for later on in the day, but that will be more closer to the 5 o'clock local time hour, which from right now would still be a little less than 3 hours away. So we may very well get the race completed before then. Chances of rain up until that 5 o'clock hour range between 15 and 30%. Most of that 30% was what we just saw falling on the racetrack, or whatever's left of that little rain patch that blew through in the first 15 laps of this event.
Breathtaking. This area right here, the stadium and the cheers, it was just clear how popular it is. The whole country cheering Daniel Suarez on.
He's sitting in sixth or seventh place, just lost sixth place to Ty Dillon, who's driving through the field. But yeah, Daniel's been fun to watch this weekend. Not just inside the car, but outside the car as well. Been awesome to see him. So excited to have this NASCAR industry here.
So it's interesting. We have 5 laps to go in the stage, and this front area is starting to dry up. So the real question is, when you look into the stage, that would be a pretty classic road course strategy. And if you do that, do you put wets or dries on? That could be really the decision maker of your day. If you guess correctly and you go to dries first and the track continues to dry, you're going to look great. But over here, it seems like this area of the racetrack still is damp and slippery. You have to really tiptoe. I have to keep an eye on Cedric. And his lap time still not faster than the wets.
So something I've kind of noticed is some ebb and flow in performance of the cars. The 20 of Bell was moving through the field. Now he's lost a few spots in the last couple of laps, actually. So could these tires be degrading a little bit more rapidly? The wet weather tire usually does really good. But since you can't really get offline, particularly like through the S's, they have to race across these curves that rips and shreds the tires apart. Could it be really affecting the performance of the tire if you're too aggressive early as a driver?
Toyota onboard camera riding with Ryan Truex, driving the 11 for Denny Hamlin. He's doing a nice job today. And he's 21st, but this is a car that has struggled to find speed this weekend and really doing some positive things here this afternoon. Scan the QR code to save on gaming products by Logitech G, the official wheel and pedal of eNASCAR.
Ryan was notified he'd be in this car sometime midweek, and he's tested the next gen car with Toyota. So he's been inside the next gen, understands how it works, does a lot of sim testing. But he was way off on speed when they showed up. So to be sitting here running mid pack, I bet he's thrilled. I'd be very happy with that. This rain and all the obstacles that's been thrown at everybody has really leveled the playing field for a guy like him. Here's a 20, Kim.
Now you see Christopher Grenville and again Adam Stevens told me they were opening the playbook wide open in terms of what they could do to get track position after that bad qualifying effort. It looks like they will put on slicks. You see those dry weather tires. I've heard a number of radios saying the track is starting to dry out. We'll see what kind of speed he has and what he can do on the racetrack as it transitions, Marty.
Jim Sheen Van Gisbergen was having the same exact conversation with his crew that Steve mentioned a moment ago. SVG said the track is drying quickly, but I think we should go to slicks. And then his crew chief said, no, I think rain is coming in 15 minutes. So, Steve, I didn't know that weatherman was part of the job description for a crew chief, but you got to be today.
Well, absolutely. I mean, and the weather's been hard to read here in Mexico City between the elevation of the mountains surrounding the city. It's been hard for me to kind of judge where the showers are going to go. Not a lot of history or experience down here. But if it is going to rain in 15 more minutes, you definitely want to stay on the wet weather tires. I've been kind of watching Cedric because he's out there on slicks and he cannot match SVG's pace on drives. Or excuse me, on wets. Here we are on Cedric. Listen how early he lifts. Kermit, he's on slicks. He's yet to pit at any point during this race. Look how his line does not have a lot of grip.
His last lap time of 151.4. To your point, Steve, the leaders are running 147s. So there's still quite a bit of discrepancy between the two tires. And I would obviously, I think, be paying attention to the 20 car as he goes out here on slicks and runs a few laps. I've watched the lap times he runs. Kim.
You see Ty Gibbs short-pitting this. They are just here for the win. It was interesting, though. They had the wet weather tires on the wall about a lap and a half ago. But as they heard more drivers talking about the track tryout, they quickly changed it to the slicks. So they will put 4 fresh slick tires on the car for Ty Gibbs at the 41. Gold clusters should be coming down too. So they could only go about maybe 3-4 laps on the web, so they are looking to bring him down sooner than later. Relatively fine for the conditions, though.
Scheduled green flag pit stops as we head toward the end of stage 1. 3 laps to go. Reigning champ Joey Logano is in, Kim.
And Joey was one of the first drivers I heard talk about the track conditions and felt like it was dry enough to put those slicks back on. Again, Joey Logano looked for the makeup track condition after an ill stop the last time they were on pit road. 24 also pitting for 4 fresh slick tires.
So your idea is that you know in 3 more laps, caution's going to come out. Let's see what the leader SVG does. He's going to be the next guy to make a decision. Pit road will close when the leader takes 2 to go. So that means that the 88 could pit this time by. This would be a big decision maker. Wouldn't shock me if Priest stays on the racetrack regardless. He came in tied in the cut line with Kyle Busch. 10 points available if he wins this stage. So I can see the points being worth it for Priest to stay out. But he will then start behind all of these guys if he pits under the yellow. Let's see what this 88 does.
Priest did win a stage running along at Circuit of the Americas earlier this season. Here's Van Gisbergen, and he is going to make a pit stop here.
I think you're going to have to go to slicks if you think the rain's not coming. The track is drying. The question is, if they truly believe a rain shower's in the area, will they gamble and stay on wets? If they do that, they would have a big advantage against the field as you see Priest and Blaney staying on the racetrack, Barney.
All right, so Ryan Preece, as of right now, will gain the race lead. Ryan Blaney will be in second, racing behind him.
Out. Here they're going to go to slicks. They left it up to Shane there. Said, you can do what you want to do. He said he wanted slicks. Trying to front for the video driver.
And we see the kick car come down. An impressive run for Ty Dillon, putting on those slick tires right now. The 71 car back McDowell, though, is opting to stay on the racetrack to get those stage points. Another reason they're staying out is they feel like a 106 is the lap time they got to shoot for to put on dry tires. We just saw the leader, Ryan Preece, run that 106.
You can tell the drivers that feel like they can still point their way into the playoffs. They chase the points.
All right, so with about a lap and a half remaining in stage 1, the current top 5 has Ryan Preece in the lead, Ryan Blaney second, Ross Chastain third, Michael McDowell fourth, and Todd Gillen rounding out the top 5 and 5th. Preece's lead was about a second or so over Ryan Blaney when they crossed the start-finish line the last time by. This will be the 5th lead change of the day. As Ryan Preece gets to the start-finish line this go-around. And it'll be Preece and Blaney battling for the stage win. Playoff point obviously on the line. Ryan Blaney is locked into the playoffs already, so he could use that playoff point. Ryan Preece does have 1 stage win on the year, but obviously with no race wins is not locked into the playoffs, so looking mainly for those 10 regular season points, most notably. Bit of contact coming out of turn 14 between Michael McDowell and Todd Gillen as they battle for position. McDowell still slammed the 34 on the right side of his race car as he makes the pass for 4th. There was so much contact that Eric Jones almost got underneath and by both of those drivers. And now onto the main straightaway. We'll see how the 34 is going to race the 71 down into turn 1. Ryan Blaney closing the gap a bit on Ryan Preece over the last lap and a half or so. Leaders are coming out of turn 3 on the final lap of this opening stage, lap 20 currently. Ryan Blaney is roughly 5 to 6 car lengths behind Preece as they go down the next long straightaway headed for turn 4. Preece trying to break whatever draft he can off of the 12 car. Maybe cool the tires down just a bit as well by getting into the wetter section of the corners. But you can tell both the 12 and the 60 are pushing hard because you can see the rear of their car slipping and sliding around turn 4 into turn 5. Same thing. Out of the S's in 6 and 7, Blaney's closed the gap just a bit on Ryan Preece, and now it's down to a roughly 4 car length difference between the top 2. They're over 4.5 seconds ahead of Chastain back in 3rd, and McDowell is almost 7.5 seconds back in 4th. So it's only these 2 that will be battling for this playoff point. Couple more corners to go. Blaney is within about 2 car lengths of Ryan Preece out of turn 13 into 14 and one more in turn 15 upcoming for Ryan Preece. He should be able to hold on. Blaney got to within about 2 to 3 car lengths, but that's as close as he would get. Second stage win of the year for Ryan Preece in the 60, his first since Phoenix. Oddly enough, another race where we had multiple tires. The option tire was in play that day. Today, the wet weather tires, and Ryan Preece will score his second playoff point of the year and 10 points towards the regular season championship, knowing that he is, again, just on the inside of that playoff cut line coming into the day. That is a much-needed 10 points for Preece. Ryan Blaney in second in the stage, Ross Chastain third, Michael McDowell fourth, and Todd Gillen rounding out the top 5 in pits. 6 for Eric Jones, Carson Hocevar 7th, Bubba Wallace 8th, Daniel Suarez 9th, and Tyler Reddick will round out our Stage 1 top 10. 20 laps in the books, 80 laps still to go here in Mexico City. Didn't get to highlight the point standings and how that was shaping up coming into this afternoon's race. But William Byron is our current points leader by 41 over Kyle Larson. Larson, having the early problems in this race, is not going to get any stage points, and he's more than likely going to end up finishing either 36th or 37th. I'll see if he's still off track. It looks like he is. So both Busch and Larson probably deemed out of the race. Larson, 36, will get 1 point today. Again, no stage points, 1 point for his place finish. Denny Hamlin not in the race with Ryan Truex running for him. So that means William Byron's going to extend this lead by quite a bit, more than likely. Even though Byron didn't get any stage points at stage 1, Christopher Bell was 96 points back at 4th. And there's a good chance Bell's going to move up to 2nd in points after this race. So Byron should have over a 1-race lead for the championship, unless he gets into an incident and doesn't score many stage points in stage 2 the rest of the way as well. Then in that essence, that 41 gap is going to be roughly maintained between Larson or Byron, but it's definitely not going to get smaller. Outside of the drivers that are racing for those regular season championship points, the playoff standings coming in, we have, I believe, 10 drivers who have won a cup race so far this season that are locked into the playoffs. Scratch at 9. 9 drivers have won a Cup Series race so far this season and are locked into the playoffs. Those 9 would be 3 wins apiece for Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, and Christopher Bell. 1 win for William Byron, Ryan Blaney, Ross Chastain, Austin Cindric, and Josh Berry. So 7 drivers would be in on points entering the day. Chase Elliott would be the top of those in the standings without a win. Then Tyler Reddick, Bubba Wallace, Chase Briscoe, Chris Buescher, Alex Bowman, and then Ryan Preece. Preece, who gets those points much needed for winning stage 1, 10 of them to Kyle Busch's 0 is big because Kyle Busch came in tied with Preece for that final playoff spot. And Preece extends that by 10 just off of stage 1 alone. And probably going to be more than that before the end of the day today. Carson Hocevar did get some stage points. He's behind Busch in the standings as he was 7th in the stage. AJ Allmendinger was caught up in that early incident. Same for Busch. Stenhouse trucking along, but not in the top 10. Eric Jones was 6th. So those are kind of the drivers on the outside of the cut line looking in coming into the day. And obviously SVG a favorite for the win today. He wins. It's going to move that cut line down even further as he is well outside the top 16 in points. All right, so the drivers who stayed out of the pits entirely. Curious to see if they end up pitting during the stage or if they're going to continue to stay out on the same rain tires they're with. A lot of these teams switched to slick tires in their pit stops before the end of the last stage. So do you maybe alternate that by staying out on the wet weather tires in case we get more rain here in stage 2? Because then you won't have to come back down into the pits and you can maintain your track position on top of it. Chase Briscoe got to get the free pass with the caution coming out. He was caught up in that first incident of the day back at lap 6. He's in 33rd, and again, we'll be back on the lead lap with the free pass. So Briscoe definitely not out of it yet. Preece, Blaney, the top 2 for now. Tim Brown, welcome to the stream. Happy Father's Day as well. Pit road should be open this time by. How many of these teams up at the front that stayed out to get the stage points are actually going to come to pit road to change slicks and give this track position up? I do think there's going to be guys staying out on the rain tires. I just don't know how many. I'd be shocked if nobody tries it. Especially if it is deemed that more rain is on the way.
Entering on the Goodyear sidewall. So, as expected, most come to pit road, but some do stay on the racetrack, Trevor.
Yeah, the 71 opting to stay out. Steve, we mentioned this would open up the opportunity for a two-stop race, going longer on these rain tires, especially with more weather being a potential later on, Kim.
On the flip side, Trevor, Ryan Blaney in that 12th car, middle of your screen, elected to come. They had a discussion on the radio. Ryan telling his team, it's getting pretty dry. It is getting there. I think I will feel confident on the slick. So put those dry tires on for Ryan, Marty.
Kim, I talked to Derek Finley, the crew chief for Ryan Priest, on the bottom of your screen about this possible move this morning. See, good to B's point, not only where we are in the points, but also the unknown up to B. I'm going to take stage four to a playoff point if I can get it. He did indeed get it. They go to slicks for the 60 after the stage one win.
You know, if you're going to play this game, Marty, you have to execute on the pit lane, and Freeze does that. 17 drivers stay out. We reset the running order when we return.
Earl Arnold Jr. in the chat asked about is the Mexico race excluded from the NASCAR Fantasy League for those 2 tickets if you win our league championship. No, it is not. The only reason the Daytona 500 is excluded from it is because I usually try to get some of the best seats that you can get for whatever NASCAR race you're choosing to go to. So I tried not to choose the cheapest of the line tickets, and after going to the Daytona 500 before in a relatively expensive seat, knowing it was over $400 is way more expensive than any other race that I have gone to in person. So that's why the Daytona 500 specifically is excluded from the list. I don't want to get like the cheapest ticket I could buy there, which would probably be a little less than $100, and stick you like, right on the fence where you can't see the whole track necessarily. It would still be a cool experience, I'm sure, but I usually try to get seats that are at least higher up, especially at the bigger oval, so you can see the whole track and know what's all going on. Because those are the tickets that I would pay for myself, and I wouldn't pay for somebody else's ticket for somewhere to sit if I wasn't going to sit there myself. Whether I would be able to actually go to the race or not, just because if I wouldn't buy it for myself, then I wouldn't buy it for somebody else either. Cole's missing none of the above. Yeah, I didn't put it in there this week. I didn't do it for the Xfinity Series race yesterday either. We used to be able to put 5 options in there and then 4 names in other, but now it's only 3. But just wanted to see if somebody other than Shane Van Gisbergen would maybe get a majority of the votes in the poll. SVG's led the most laps so far, and he's at 55% of the voting poll options here. Stage 2 is going to begin shortly. Ryan Priest staying out on the racetrack to maintain in the lead. Ryan Blaney from second place came into the pits, surrendering track position. So there are still drivers on wet weather tires at the front of the field, but not many. And most that are lined up on relatively fresher tires behind them, for the most part, will be on slicks. SVG's lined up in the 11th spot, it looks like, for the restart, after leading a majority of the laps in stage 1 from the pole. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live on KRC to the Viva Mexico 250 at Mexico City.
Throughout NASCAR on Prime coverage, you are hearing a reimagined classic, Up Around the Bend, an an Amazon music original by John Fogerty and Eric Church. Listen anytime as it's available to stream only on Amazon Music. I know Danielle, Carl, and Corey, they're toe tapping down there, aren't you guys?
Oh, we are just living for this action right here outside of turn 12, Adam. Good news, bad news for your stage one winner, Ryan Priest. Good news is he entered this race on the playoff cut line. He's got a fast car. Bad news is no stage winner has gone on to win a race at a road course in the last 7. Let's talk conditions, guys. NASCAR right now is considering this a dry track. We're seeing a lot of drivers choose slicks. What do you see?
Sorry, somebody's considering that dry. This is a mess, guys. And as a driver who's been in a stock car on a wet track and a drying track up in Montreal a while back, this is very, very difficult for the drivers. So hard to just manage the car around the track and then to try to go fast, try to race people. Very tough.
I'll tell you what's also hard is you just go from running 15 seconds faster now a dry-ish line, and you have to really toe that line of grip to go find what more. We know there's 10 more seconds on the racetrack of pace than what these guys are used to. That's the challenging part.
Yeah, we saw that one of the best drivers in the world, Kyle Busch, just drive down in there and lost the rear. It could happen to anybody. It's very treacherous.
Who's impressing you thus far? SVG not feeling good, but he's running good. Ryan Blaney also performing well.
SVG said he doesn't like to race in the rain. Amazing. Ryan Blaney, what did you tell us this morning?
I said 1 to 10. What's your confidence if this thing goes on wets? He goes -2. So Blaney actually drove to the front, feeling really good. But I'm really excited to see how SVG manage these slicks up against these 4 guys on wets and see how he can get control of this race again.
I'm interested to see what Mother Nature's going to do because she could throw a wrench into this whole game plan.
The radar is all green. I don't know why it's not raining right now.
It's rainy season here in Mexico, Adam. You guys are doing a great job keeping up with it in the booth.
It's a lot to manage, that's for sure. Let's get more reports from pit road. We start with Trevor.
Well, Austin Cindric said, hey, this race isn't that chaotic for me. He hasn't been to pit road yet. His pit crew's probably getting bored down there. Everybody else coming, putting on rain tires, going back and forth. He's still on those slick tires, the only car in the field that is yet to pit. So he's hoping this track is drying out. It's going to come his
That also
way.
means he's
Crew
got
chief
less
told him
fuel
there's
than
rain,
everybody else,
possibly
too.
Another 20 minutes away. That would play out perfect for us to use these up, come down and get rain tires on.
As you see right here on the left-hand side, great update, Trevor, of Cindric, who is on slicks, as you see on the left, but on slicks that are older than everyone else's slicks. The front 4 on wets. Remember, in the damp, the wets are better. In the dry line, the dries are faster. I don't know what that means into turn 1, but we're going to see which one has more grip.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the wets still have more speed because the track still seems a little messy to me. And the wets are softer. They can be fast. They degrade very quickly, and they've been on these cars for quite a while now. How much more, if any, do they have left?
Spire teammates on the front row, McDowell and Hocevar, both looking for their first win of the year.
Free pass on the 19, had to get his lap back for fueling the second time, so he's now back 1 lap down.
No, Hocevar cutting it wide as we return to the green flag to begin stage 2.
McDowell blocking that low line.
Triple Six Jr. making a play. Laying on Suarez into the corner. McDowell gets away with a top spot, or does he? There is Suarez. But 99 making his way around. Chaos behind him.
And a big spin in the back. Maybe some contact with some other cars. The 4 of Gregson. It's going to pull away.
Did you hear the crowd reacting as Suarez got the lead? This is outstanding. Won yesterday, and here he is on point in Mexico City.
It's like those slicks are handling very well the first third of this lap.
So this is where I think the wets are going to have an advantage just through the essence because there's still some puddles and some areas that the dries have to be careful, although that line is looking much drier. What a job by Suarez.
Yes, needs to let Suarez lead into the stadium here. So we got here the man.
Just please play along, okay? Side by side as they get to the corner. And here they are into the stadium. Angle for the lead. Ty Gibbs stealing the moment, 54 on point. And here comes Suarez teammate Shane Van Gisbergen trying to get second.
Ty Gibbs going to try to check out here as these two argue over second place. Suarez is going to keep it for now. Here comes a run behind them. McDowell trying to get some dampness down there on the inside for those wet tires to try to continue to allow them to extend their life.
Gibbs just turned the fastest lap of the day. That'll pay a point at the end of the afternoon, our Xfinity fastest lap. Cindric, fifth in the running order. Alex Bowman right there. Haven't said his name today. Heart crash last week at Michigan. Questions about whether he would be able to race today. He's knocking on the door of the top 10 in the 48 for Hendrick Motorsports.
SVG back to the inside. Suarez going to take it over here. Here's the 42. John Hunter Nemechek around. Exiting turn 3. Right on board with McDowell, the blaster on board. Starting to get a little rhythm now. Some running, track drying, a little bit more conditioning. Let's see right here, Mike McDowell on board. That's well over 100 miles an hour as he comes down to the second set of yeses. Now he's entering the stadium. Oh, Cindric comes darting by. Remember, McDowell on wets, Cindric on dries. That's where the dries really have the huge advantage under braking.
I got to say, the job that Cindric has done to stay patient, keep it underneath of him, avoid any problems, racing on slicks in a very wet condition, and here he is running fourth now.
Here's a replay of John Hunter Nemechek getting turned around off the 45 of Reddick in turn 2. That's just a really tight, obnoxious corner.
Obnoxious is a good word.
Obnoxious.
Full real estate to gain here for Cindric. Driving Willem Suarez. Coming through another tough part of the racetrack. Off of 3 over to 4.
Now, if you're a Suarez or any of those cars that are still out there on the wet, you know you're going to lose time. You're going to try to get farther enough into this run to get you into some fuel windows to come to pit road. I think there's no doubt that a pit stop is coming. The same for Cindric, remember. He hasn't put any fuel in his car since the start of the race.
Yeah.
This is a very racy track. There are a lot of opportunities to push and shove. Bowman right there, making a run on the 77. Looks pretty racy. Going to drive to the inside here and take that spot away. Moves him up into 9th place.
A run onto him, a run into him.
He came in here battered and bruised after that heavy wreck at Michigan. Wasn't sure even if he's going to actually race this weekend. It's doubtful about how he felt. Run pretty well here early.
Bell with his best running position of the day, up to 4th.
Qualified terribly, but everybody said this was a car to watch. At number 20. Second one down on those wets, still hanging in there. Impressive run for Bell, as you mentioned, Dale, up to 4th, right? That 27 spots where he's. Oh, no. Oh, man.
34, Todd Gilliland.
A little bit of a blind spot as well. 14-15 combination, heading onto the front stretch. He's going to try to loop it around.
So many times when you go around here, you got a lot of room to manipulate the car, get it back going. This is one of the areas it's hard once you get turned around to get your bearings and get back in the right direction.
77 trying to get to pit road there, had everybody kind of 3 wide. See, the 77 pulls over to try to get to pit road. That puts them 3 wide. Just a bad situation for everybody. Works for Gilliland. Nice to put around. Interesting. Hocevar decides to get off the wets. He's had enough. And now still digging her. Fine for our execution. That means they have a plan on how much further they'd like to go, knowing they're going to lose time, but he's happy with the game plan. Carl and I discussed this at the beginning of the race about, hey, you got to keep your driver up to date on what the plan is, how he's accomplishing it. Trevor.
And the 71 of Michael McDowell starting to feel those tires wear out. Still within a couple seconds of the fastest times, but now the lap time dropping down into that 94-second bracket. That's what we saw in practice. Crew Chief Travis Peterson was telling him, hey, go out there and run the dry line. I don't care if you blister these things. We're going to come soon. Actually, look at it coming this time, guys.
Both him and Suarez on the pit road.
McDowell seemed a little more committed, or at least earlier in the game than Suarez. That was a late move. Here's the 71, Trevor.
Yeah, you're going to see dry tires or slicks go on the 71 car by McDowell. Obviously, a great job managing not staying out on those wet tires. He's able to keep the track position.
And for Daniel Suarez, originally that's for the airspeed 1 at 10 to 12 laps on those wet tires in third at this stage. That's not the case they ultimately decided they were done with the wet weather tires, putting on slick sores, saying either front turn or forward drive. The team saying, we'll get another read of it on these slick tires.
After these two have pitted, that leaves Stenhouse as the only car out there on wet tires. Cindric on low fuel running third. We can expect pit stops out of both when we come back.
All right, we'll go through the full field leaderboard now. Ty Gibbs is our race leader. Shane Van Gisbergen in second and Austin Cindric third, with the top two hitting pit road that last lap of Daniel Suarez and Michael McDowell. In the fourth spot is Christopher Bell, and then fifth would be Cole Custer, Alex Bowman sixth, William Byron seventh, Ty Dillon eighth, Brad Keselowski ninth, and Joey Logano rounding out the top 10. Austin Dillon in 11th, Ryan Preece 12th, Chase Elliott 13th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 14th, and Chris Buescher 15th. Ryan Blaney in 16th, Riley Herb 17th, Tyler Reddick 18th, Josh Berry 19th, and AJ Allmendinger in 20th. 21st, Bubba Wallace, Ross Chastain 22nd, Eric Jones 23rd, Ryan Truex 24th, and Noah Gragson 25th. 26th for John Hunter Nemechek, Cody Ware 27th, Catherine Legg 28th, Daniel Suarez 29th, and Michael McDowell in 30th. Todd Gillen 31st, Carson Hocevar 32nd. One lap down is Justin Haley in 33rd. Same for Chase Briscoe in 34th. Zane Smith on track 5 laps down in 35th. Two drivers out of the race, Kyle Larson 36th and Kyle Busch 37th. They were caught up in the only incident resulting in a caution back on lap 6. So that was the only incident in the race so far that has warranted a yellow. We've had 2 other cautions. Lap 1 when the rain really started to come down and these teams made the switch to the rain tires. NASCAR had to throw a caution for that because of the race starting with the slick tires, and then lap 20 was the stage 1 end. Stage 2 will end at lap 45. That will also be the end of the chat poll, which is open. And currently 54% of you are taking SVG for the win out of 67 votes. 22% took Kyle Larson, but he's out of the race now. Daniel Suarez at 19%. Ross Chastain at 4%. Has been quietly up in the top 5 or 6 the whole day. As far as the other things coming up at the end of Stage 2, we'll have our diecast showing per usual, and then the Fantasy League will close up at the end of Stage 2 also. So be sure to have your fantasy lineup set before the end of lap 45. Troy the Great, thanks for tuning in. I don't think I shouted you out yet. Matthew Dorter Bruno, I don't know if I gave you the shout out as well. Mike H, many others. Thanks for tuning in. Aston Sminkle. On the road to 7,000 subscribers on the channel. So be sure to hit the like button if you have not done so yet. Subscribe for NASCAR content like this every NASCAR race weekend. We're returning to the gaming on the NASCAR stuff tomorrow. So we've had a brief hold on that for the last couple of months on the channel, just taking a break from the gaming side of things. But we'll go back to the daily streaming tomorrow on the channel, where you can expect some NASCAR 08 action to pick up, and then obviously into the live commentary stuff the following weekend. We'll take a quick break while Stage 2 continues on Prime Video and right here live on KRC, as you're listening to the Viva Mexico 250 in Mexico City.
To understand, right? SVG, Bell, and Gibbs currently great. I like Suarez as the emotional favorite, and he seems to be rising to the occasion. Chase Elliott, obviously one of the most popular. But other than the 88, the 20, and the 54, I have no idea. This race has been so chaotic with wets and dries and strategy. If you're confused watching, welcome into the boat, because I'm not exactly sure, other than the top 3, where everybody else stacks up.
That's a great point. I think, we know obviously the 54 and 88 are fast, but as this track dries, it changes for the teams, changes for the drivers, and how the cars handle. So who might come from the middle of the pack with some real speed? Priest, we saw some other people like him fast in practice. Maybe they ride back to the top of the leaderboard or near the top of the leaderboard as this track continues to change. What's up, Trevor?
Well, we talked about what happens when you stay out on wet tires on a dry racetrack. And take a look at the trend here. We've got this graining on the image, but also signs of starting to pincer here. That's not a groove. That's not supposed to be there. So these rain tires have really worn out. Caution, guys.
Caution number 4. This for Ryan Truex in the 11.
Look for the 77.
Oh, well, that's 77, I heard.
There's 77.
It's just hanging out right here.
Got out there a little bit wide.
Hold it, break.
Telling one more of the 77. Now it's a car we're waiting on.
You're right. You're right. I heard 77, but that was his hole to rejoin the race.
Yeah.
You know, the track does have a dry line, but it is still dirty and nasty outside of that line. And he just missed the exit of the S's a little bit, got a bit wide. And so the weather of the racetrack.
All good.
All good, buddy. Just re-rack them. Number 11, still going.
Let's just take a little bit of a time out here and kind of reset where the world is after all of this, right? So we have Gibbs leading, SVG second, Bell third. They're basically heads up, right? They're all on slicks. They're all on like similar fuel loads. And fourth is Citric. Citric is on slicks, has yet to come to pit road. I mean, what this young man did in the wet on slick tires should be applauded. He has kept his team in. Now he's going to have to put some fuel in at some point. Then you have Custer, Bowman, Byron, Ty Dillon, once again, running great in this 10 car. All of those guys are in the same situation on slick tires. So the field, other than Cindric, is pretty well reset after the chaotic start.
Ryan Keselowski in the top 10. He's never won on road course.
All right, so Ty Gibbs leads as we're about a third of the way home, right smack dab in the middle of stage 2. Caution is out for the second time, a spin in turn 11 for the number 11 of Ryan Truex. And if you're wondering why the caution came out while he was just parked there, he was right in the middle of the racetrack in one of the fastest areas of the track where cars were whizzing by him. Some of the leaders were just oncoming to his car as well, right as the caution flag waved. So as you can see him trying to move and get out of the line, you can see why they had the caution warranted there in that situation. So this is the second caution for incident, or first of stage 2. We've had 4 yellows total so far. Again, 2 non for incident, 2 for incident. 7 lead changes. Only 8 laps under the caution so far out of 33 completed. And just over an hour and 10 minutes from the initial drop of the green flag to where we're at currently in this race. So still very early in the going yet. We're early in the race, but it feels like we've seen a lot already just because of the rain from the opening lap and the strategy that goes into what tires to take on, whether it be slicks or rain tires. And because we've already had the switch from slicks to rain, if it were to rain a second time throughout the course of this race, NASCAR will not throw a caution, so it'll be up to the team's discretion from here on out as to whether they will take on rain tires or wet weather tires at any point in the race going forward. Current top 10, again, Gibbs is in the lead. Shane Van Gisbergen is second. Christopher Bell third. Austin Cindric fourth. Cole Custer is in fifth. Sixth is Alex Bowman. William Byron seventh. Ty Dillon eighth. Brad Keselowski ninth. Joey Logano 10th. And Chase Elliott, Austin Dillon 11th and 12th. Those are the top dozen as we are about to approach another restart here within the next couple of laps. You're listening live on KRC. Again, Mexico City coverage continues for the NASCAR Cup Series. I believe Shane Van Gisbergen still has the fastest lap of the race, 93.824 at lap 30. As the track continues to dry because we didn't get a full green flag lap in at the very start of the race on slick tires, the lap times are only going to get faster and faster and faster. A lot of racing still to go. Hey, Catherine Legg's a good road course racer. She might not take to the ovals very well, but even in a live fast car, yeah, 24th is where she's running currently. Which is impressive because that is clearly the slowest car in the field by way of equipment. It's the only non-chartered entry this weekend as well. Small team, small budget compared to these other cup rides. Obviously not a full-time ride either. Couple cars up in the top dozen or so pitting. Ryan Preece onto pit road. AJ Allmendinger coming back down. Cole Custer from fifth is in.
So they will put fresh tires on this as well as fuel. Marty.
Ryan Priest coming down pit road. He and Derek Finley continuing to show that they are being aggressive when it comes to pit calls. Here he comes down, and they gained some spots. So his thought here is that, hey, let's put some fresher tires on. Maybe we can gain some track position on everybody else short stage 2, and maybe once again get some stage points there. Also, AJ Allmendinger coming down pit road as well. They did a pretty good job after all the damage they sustained earlier on. Dinger will pit here as well in stage 2.
What about the day for Collick? So Ty Dillon, Ryan, who's been outstanding, a lot of time in the top 10. But Marty mentioned it there. Damage for A.J. Allmendinger. They've kept themselves in it, done the damage repair. And you know, all you have to do is give him a shot at a road course, and he'll be a player.
Already, I gotta know what's fun. I mean, obviously, so far back hadn't mattered yet, but
All right, so Ty Gibbs again out in front of the field for the upcoming restart with Shane Van Gisbergen and Christopher Bell. Bell started back in the 31st spot, so for him to get to third right now, that is huge. Had we not had any rain, it would have been a lot tougher for him to go from the very back to the front, but that has definitely worked wonders for him. Alex Bowman, William Byron also did not qualify very well yesterday. 27th, 29th is where they started. They're 5th and 6th. So that's 3 drivers in the top half dozen that started very deep in the field. Actually, if you count Brad Keselowski, Ty Dillon, they started 28th and 30th as well, just behind them. Kyle Busch standing with Marty Snyder. Again, Busch out of the race.
This has been a chaotic race, Kyle. What happened when your spin?
Just in the rain, and I went down into 11 and got on the brakes pretty hard, and everything was fine. Everything was comfortable, stopped really good. And I'm like, okay, I can be a little bit more aggressive this time. Getting back into 1 and went to I think the 10 marker. If there's a 10 marker, it's the bridge. And we've been going much past the bridge, all day on dries. It's so wet, I figured it's going to be fine. And as soon as I went to the brakes, it was just on ice, and I was just sliding. And so about a second and a half or so, I was just trying to figure out which direction to go. And then I was like, I got to turn this thing around backwards or something to nail some people. So hate it for all those that were involved in my mishap there. And hate it for Lucas Oil and, of course, RCR, ECR, the guys. I mean, car yesterday in qualifying was really good. Felt like we were going to be really sporty in the dry. I hate that the rain came, and now it's nice and dry. So just have to go fight for more points in another week.
See you looking up.
Busch came in tied for the final playoff spot on points entering the day with Ryan Priest. Priest won stage 1. Busch out of the race in the garage. Only 1 point total stage points and race finish points included to record for him today. So he's going to have to dig out of a hole as he'll be below the cutoff line on points when we go to Pocono next week. Still quite a few races left in the regular season, all things considered. We'll have 10 races left in the regular season. So there's definite time to get that back on tracks that he is very good at, even with this 8 car of RCR that he's driven for the last couple of seasons. So headed for the restart, the 88 of Shane Van Gisbergen and the 54 of Ty Gibbs. Gibbs is the controlled car, so he'll be on the inside of row 1 now. Green flag is back in the air. So they work their way up through the gears. SVG trying to side draft the 54 just a bit. Bell tight in line behind his teammate at Joe Gibbs Racing on the inside. Maybe a bit of a bump draft to the back of him, really getting Gibbs going. Cindric fired off well in the restart in his own right. Outside lane now going to try to go 3 wide into the first turn. Backs out of the gas a little early to let the 2 cars in front of him race his way in, so he'll stay door-to-door at the 20 of Bell. Keselowski goes off into the grass. He'll lose several positions. That was in turn 3. Regains onto the racetrack. No major incident or spins to record through the first few turns on this restart. Gibbs and Van Gisbergen have been side by side through the first 3 corners. Gibbs is now clear into turn 4, and SVG slams the door shut on Bell for second. Down into the inside line, and he can now take his normal road course cornering into the S's in 6 and 7. Cindric wins the battle for third over Christopher Bell, who has not yet hit pit road. Bell has, Cindric hasn't. We'll have 10 laps to go in stage 2 this time by. Bowman looking to make a pass on his teammate, William Byron, for 5th. Bowman a winner on the Chicago Street Race last year in wet weather conditions throughout the course of that race. So this has definitely worked out well for him in the early going today in Mexico City. Ryan Blaney, who was second at the end of the last stage, is already back up to 8th place. Looked to be one of the quicker cars in the field under the wet conditions, and here under the dry conditions, Blaney looking very fast as well. Blaney won the first ever race at the Charlotte Roval back in 2018. So if you're looking for a driver who is known for winning on first-time road course races, him and probably Chase Elliott would be those two names. Elliott was the driver he just passed for that 8th spot through turn 15 the last time by. Elliott has wins on the first race at COTA, Road America, on the NASCAR Cup Series schedules over the last few years. Both of those races were in the 2021 season. Looks like Byron did get back by Alex Bowman for 5th place, so Bowman got him in turn 15. Byron was able to get him back within these first few corners on the second lap following the restart. Joey Logano went wide and off course around turns 1 and 2. That was off the main hard cam. On the initial restart, it's been a tough day for Logano so far. And now he's all the way at the tail end of the lead lap yet again. 29th for Logano. Gibbs with a roughly 2-3 car length lead over Shane Van Gisbergen. Ty Gibbs was in the Xfinity Series race yesterday. He was one of 3 Cup regulars running that race. The others were Daniel Suarez, who won the race, and Christopher Bell. Bell had an engine failure at the end of stage 2. Ty Gibbs taken out of the restart to begin stage 3 in a wreck that really wasn't much of his own doing. Took him out of not only a good finishing result, but a shot to win. The extra track time, he was fast all weekend long for Cup practice and qualifying, as well as Xfinity practice and qualifying. And on a new track with that much track time, you can tell it's paying off dividends, because we've seen Suarez lead already today. We're seeing Gibbs lead now, and Bell, after starting 31st, is up to 4th. And Bell also looking to get back by Cindric for 3rd again, as he's put a lot of pressure on him his first few laps after the restart when Cindric initially got by Bell. Van Gisbergen still has the fastest lap of the race from lap 30 with a 93.824 on that lap. Gibbs not that much slower than the fastest lap set by SVG, 93.892 for Gibbs. The last lap time ran, Gibbs was quicker than SVG with a 95.513 to SVG's 96.169. So extended that lead quite a bit over that last lap. 94.035 the last time for Gibbs. SVG only about 0.03 of a second slower, but still a little bit slower. Clean air advantage working out for Ty Gibbs. As we get to lap 38 at the start-finish line. 8 laps to go now in stage 2.
Yeah, does this change the strategy at all, Steve? If we get a late caution in this race, seeing off the Cindric battle with these old tires, that's the one thing I do think it may shift, right? He is on the much older tires and he is holding on. Now, I do think now that the rain is gone, that the wear will get worse on these tires, but it is definitely not as bad. We saw nearly 2 seconds fall off in practice. Cindric's keeping up fine on nearly 35 lap tires right now.
You know, I talked to Brian Wilson on Friday prior to practice, his crew chief. And Brian, was concerned about how everything was going to break down this weekend, as all the crew chiefs were. But when we saw him prior to qualifying yesterday, they had a lot of optimism because of how things went in practice for everybody at Team Penske. And despite the fact that everything got out of balance early in this race, the 2 team, winners at Talladega earlier this year, hanging right in there. It's 4th behind Bell, right in front of Byron.
Yeah, we talked a lot about drivers and how they do their work. It's not surprising to me that they feel that he might be better in the long run. You talked about using the clutch, some in practice and qualifying, and how he uses it like a valve to kind of take away some of when the rear is lack grip in braking, and even in lateral, he can use that clutch some. I would imagine that's a bigger advantage on older tires when the grip is lower.
Yeah, in the braking zone, when the rear tires are trying to lock up, you can use that clutch, or he will use the clutch as a bit of a valve, sort of allow that rear tire to grip and not lock up. It's, we talk about heel and toe, where he'll use his left foot and his right foot on all 3 pedals. This is Cindric that we're riding on board with.
Yeah, the clutch pedal over here, he's not doing anything with the clutch pedal, right? Like, he's not even considering the clutch.
SVG uses the clutch the same way he uses the gas and the brake. It's a valve, not a switch, not just something to get the car moving. He'll actually use the clutch and use the clutch and have the clutch engaged and actually release the clutch on corner entry to actually help turn the car, pitch the car. They'll actually even do that on high-speed corners like the S's.
use the clutch a little bit to help the front tires or the rear tires follow the fronts. And that will show up later in the race. We got a left front tire blown on the 43. Probably said that one too many times. Black spotted that left front tire for Eric Jones, so he comes to pit road.
I saw the same thing out of Bell. He had slid in that right front 2 or 3 times. I'm waiting to see if that thing makes it to the pit stop.
Yeah. So to your point, I think SVG can't match the 54 Gibbs on new tires straight up. But over the course of the run, it does this, this ability that only SVG has. No one else in the field does this with the clutch pedal. Well, that allowed to close the gap.
Ty Gibbs, the race leader, 62 to go overall.
Roughly 6.5 laps left in this second stage of the race here in Mexico City. Ty Gibbs is out in front by about 0.9 of a second over Shane Van Gisbergen, and Christopher Bell 3.6 seconds off the lead in third. Then Austin Cindric is 4.5 seconds back in fourth. Alex Bowman rounds out the top 5 at 5.4 seconds off of the race lead. We may see pit stops before the end of stage 2. Pit road closes as soon as the race leader will get to the start-finish line with 2 laps to go in the stage, so you have up until then to pit. That would be over the course of the next 4.5 laps. Therefore, Gibbs and SVG being as close to the front of the field as they are, they can wait up until 3 to go, coming to 2 to go to pit. Because they would be the leaders trying to get to that start-finish line for the indication for pit road to close. Ryan Blaney trying to make a pass over Ty Dillon, a little contact to the back of Dillon entering turn 1. But Ty is not budging. I might have scraped that tire barrier, it looked like, on the inside of turn 3 just a bit. That'll scrub some speed off down this next long straightaway in turn 4 and create the opportunity for Ryan Blaney to attack again. This time Blaney beats the 10 of Dillon to the inside, runs him up the racetrack. Chase Elliott sails it in and roughs up the 10 as well. My goodness, that was a tag team effort right there. Ty Dillon getting beat out of the way by both cars that were getting held up behind him, of Blaney and then Elliott. I think it was very well possible that Blaney blew the corner. Elliott was trying to track behind Blaney doing the same exact thing, so it just so happened when Blaney went wide into the 10, the 9 did also. That was kind of comical, though, the way that worked out. Dillon regathered himself back in line, only lost those 2 spots for 7th and 8th. Right around turn 4, again, where that pass was made. Yeah, almost to the end of stage 2 here. Fantasy lineups will lock. I'm having a tough time to decipher who exactly I want on my fantasy team. Going into the final few stages. Gibbs, SVG, they have to stay on my team. But then it is tough for me to decide if I want Chase Elliott. Between these 4, I have to sit one. Daniel Suarez, Chris Buescher, Chase Elliott, and Michael McDowell. And McDowell isn't running as good on the speed side of things, in my opinion, than those other 3, but he scored 7 stage points. And I really don't want to sacrifice that. He may stay out to get more stage points again because he's right around the playoff bubble. So I guess I'll have a couple laps to figure that out when they get down to about 1 or 2 to go in the stage. And we have to make my decision very quick here. I don't want to keep Suarez in the garage. I feel like he's going to have a top 10. I think I'm going to put Suarez in over Buescher for now, and then if I have to change Buescher in, I will. Speaking of Michael McDowell, he actually went off track in the Esses after contact with Riley Herbst, so that dropped him back a couple more spots in the running order. That was during the commercial break that just took place on Prime Video. So that has now dropped McDowell down to about 13th. Austin Cindric on to pit road.
Pit road. Yes, sir, he is going to get more tires here to put on slicks on the 2. I'm sure that's a relief for us. Cindric, good job, Lord. What line on that set? 6 car Ty Dillon coming down as well. We saw him with that contact. They're going to go ahead and flip this stage as well. A great day for them so far, managing that top 10 running position most of the day.
You said it, management, and that's what it's all.
So Cindric, Keselowski, Ty Dillon were the 3 cars to hit pit road coming to 4 to go. We're going to see a ton more drivers pit coming to 3 to go this time, and a few more the lap after that, but the majority of them should be coming in this time by. On the split stage strategy that we usually see on the road courses here on the NASCAR ranks. Just about to work their way down towards turn 11 are the leaders Ty Gibbs and Shane Van Gisbergen. Post-commercial break, the gap is still right around 8 to 9 tenths of a second. So hasn't really moved much one way or the other. If anything, Gibbs has maybe stretched that lead out by another car length or two, and that's about it. Still a relatively tight battle amongst the 54 and the 88. They should both stay out at least this time by, and I would expect them to pit the following time. Wider arc through turn 15 that Van Gisbergen, who was tied around the bottom lane of the racetrack. Gibbs trying to break the draft down this long straightaway. Second longest in NASCAR, only behind Talladega's front stretch. Chase Elliott, William Byron, Bubba Wallace are on the pit road.
It's coming, so they're not going to make this move to collect the 9 was very key.
Yeah, 9 car coming down to get 4 tires flat. Chase has been fighting tight. The right-handers, we saw him slide up into the big car, and the right-hander and turn. You
see William Byron trying to fade a little. Tires also a little tight on the right-handers.
Josh Berry also making the move to come down pit road and flip this stage in the Wood Brothers Ford. So these guys making the decision to pit here, and everyone will have to pit one more time before the end of the race, Cam.
22 finishing up service there. Not a lot of feedback on the handling of that race. If they were looking track position, here's their option here to flip it.
The lead is tightened up dramatically. SVG is there.
Yeah, big closing rate for SVG over Ty Gibbs through the last half a lap or so, and now that gap from what was about 6 to 7, 8 car lengths is down to about 3 or 4 or less. Van Gisbergen heavy into the braking zone. He knows that they're coming up on pit stop, so he's trying to get as close to this 54 as possible. And then we'll see whose pit crew will be faster between the 54 and the 88, as they should both come down this time. Van Gisbergen is all over the back bumper of Ty Gibbs as they enter onto pit road. No, SVG stays out on the track another lap. Gibbs comes to pit road. And he does get to the commitment line before SVG gets to the start-finish line, so it's a legal pit stop. But surprising, Shane Van Gisbergen stays out.
Yeah, they did not want to ride out through the stage either. Did not want to get buried if they stayed out. Just a little bit of spotter coaching for Ty Gibbs. They said a little more roll speed at Griffin. Or if you're losing time on 8, 9, and 10, trying to not complain about the race car, looking for his first Cup Series win.
That's beautiful. SVG staying on the racetrack. I know this guy is incredible. He's an alien. He's unlike anybody else out there on these road courses. The Stage 2 winner in the 18 road course races the next gen has run has only won twice. He will have some strong odds to overcome to be able to win this stage and then drive through the field, who's basically going to start in front of him once we cycle through this stage. Unless he's to stay out on the racetrack and try to pit later in the stage 3. That could be the move.
And at this point, I think he's got to, he's hoping for rain, or he's going to have to just stay out until he's in the final pit window. But
I think that's the strategy.
if rain doesn't come, this is a really call test. I think that's really not the only, but that's his best chance for this strategy to work out.
Yeah, Stephen Dorian just told Shane Van Gisbergen, we decided that at the last minute. We decided that we think the rain is close enough. And when he asked SVG, hey, is this okay, this move, before he had the opportunity to come to pit road, SVG said, quote, easy.
Well, we'll see how good of a weatherman the crew chief is.
It also makes me on this lap and then hard save once you cross the line for the stage.
It also makes me wonder if he had a little bit in his pocket sitting there behind that 54 car this entire stage. That's a smart racer, not pushing the car harder than you have to. He knows payout window is not till later today.
Well, he checks every box at this style of racing. You know what I mean? He understands the mental process of doing it, not just the physical execution on track. Over to turn 4. Nearly a 4-second advantage for Van Gisbergen over second place Christopher Bell. Bowman up there needs points. Came in 13 above the cut line. Going to get some here. McDowell could use him. He's at 5th. Busher, another guy that needs stage points. A lot of drivers going to collect here at the end of stage 2.
Ty Gibbs now has made his pit stop. He's rejoined the racetrack. He's in the 21st position, so really in a really good spot. And everyone in front of him is older tires and lower on fuel. We'll see a bunch of guys pit when this spot comes out the stage, I imagine. You see some clearer track for Gibbs. So I imagine he's going to save a little bit of gas and not abuse those tires, much like the 88's doing.
It's funny when you said he's going to save gas. I thought you were going to say, I'm going to save some tire here, right? In anticipation of the run that's coming when we wrap this stage. And he's obviously going to stay on track. Here comes Shane Van Gisbergen opening.
SVG has got a 2.5-second lead plus over Christopher Bell in second. It was about 4 seconds. You can tell that SVG is saving a bit of fuel on this final lap of the stage, knowing he had that big of a gap back to second place, and continues to save as they cross the line. Green, white, checkered flag in the air again as Shane Van Gisbergen will win stage 2 from the pole nonetheless here in Mexico City. No stage points at stage 1 because of the alternate pit strategy there. Christopher Bell ends up second in the stage. Alex Bowman third. Ryan Blaney fourth. Michael McDowell fifth. Austin Dillon sixth. Chris Buescher in seventh. Riley Herbst in eighth. Ninth place was Carson Hocevar, and Daniel Suarez will round out the top 10. So my final result for the Fantasy League, I ended up sitting Chris Buescher. Such a tough decision for me on whether I should take Buescher or... Actually, you know what? I'm going to sit Chase Elliott. I'm sitting Chase Elliott. I was able to switch it real quick. For some reason, the fantasy lineup is not locked yet, but it will be any second here. I've got Chase Elliott in the garage. Buescher's going to be getting 4 stage points. Gibbs just looks too fast. Elliott only has 2 stage points, so there will be 2 for Suarez. Yeah, give me... I'll save Chase Elliott for another time. It's a very hard decision for me to pick who I was going to sit this week. But I got to keep SVG and Ty Gibbs in there, even with the lack of stage points. Although SVG just won this stage, so he's going to get a lot. But I couldn't sit Michael McDowell, even though he hasn't had quite the pace I would have thought coming into the day, because he's going to score double-digit stage points. Same for Ryan Blaney. Well, Blaney, not on my fantasy team, but I believe Blaney's going to have the most stage points of any driver today. And with Larson not getting hardly any points, coming in second in the standings, Denny Hamlin missing the race entirely. I mean, there's a good chance that Blaney can move up very tight in what could be a multi-car battle for about second or third in the regular season standings after the conclusion of today's race. Stage yellow will be our 5th caution of the day. We've currently had 8 lead changes, just over an hour and a half into the race as we're nearly halfway home, ending the first 2 stages. Stage 3 will be 55 laps in length. And for Shane Van Gisbergen, I believe this is the first stage win of the year for him. Looking down the point standings just to make sure. Yep, first stage win of the year for SVG. Ryan Preece won stage 1. That was his second stage win of the year at that time. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live on KRC to the NASCAR Cup Series at Mexico. Lot of racing still to go. Yeah, Chase Elliott's in my garage. Hopefully I don't regret it. He was in the top 10 for most of the day. He's been passed by Blaney a couple times. So I feel like if Elliott does finish top 10, it's going to be like that 6th, 7th, 8th range if I had to guess. Or worse. I don't think he's going to get a top 5. That's my prediction for Chase Elliott for the rest of the race. It was a tough spot that I put myself in. My team was too evenly stacked. Sid Vick, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you tuning in. Ethan Chua, welcome in as well. All right, pit road's going to be open probably this time by for anybody who didn't pit and elected to get stage points in stage 2.
They parked the cars after that win yesterday for the Xfinity race and had a podium And the energy and excitement, obviously, around Daniel's win was a lot of fun to be a part of. Daniel riding on board here.
He's still in the mix. Sit up 10. Last on pit road, lap 28. A lot of racing. But we haven't even got to halfway in this race, and we have had storylines for storylines. So a lot yet to be decided.
I feel like yesterday for him, he was making noise all day long because he comes from the back in a backup car. So you can't really get there quietly. Today, after qualifying 10th, he really has been fairly quiet. But when you're quiet at a road course, if you can stay in the game, that's a very good thing.
Well, we are also getting into this third stage, and that's where chaos starts to tend to pop up in those, those restarts down into turn one. Trying to survive that is going to be what everybody's going to focus on as a driver for the remainder of this race.
And add the drops that you saw on that roof camera to the complexity of the strategies. We're going to see right here, the front three stay out. Blaney, though, comes to pit road. It's been a very messy pit strategy day to try to follow, Kim.
Absolutely. It was interesting for the guys that had tires on the wall, that we've seen a mix of slicks and wets. But we saw those first three stay out. Here comes Ryan Blaney, and they will put slicks on Ryan's car, Trevor.
Yeah, Austin Dillon coming down. Same thing, Kim, going to slicks for them. Good day for Austin Dillon, working his way into the top 10 there with those guys pitting, got some stage points.
Trevor, it's been a frustrating day for AJ Allmendinger, still trying to fight through that damage they suffered earlier in the race. They've had some speed in the car despite all of this damage you see on the 16 car, but AJ has been quite frustrated after that. Quick on the 88 and their decision, tip of the cap to Stephen Dorian. It is struggling to here on pit road. He told Shane Van Gisbergen there is heavier rain coming in 15 minutes, but if it stays dry, their plan, Steve, run all the way to lap 62, hit there, and that gets them to the end of the race.
Like the call or like the gamble, my concern is when they finish 62, they're going to need a lot of fuel. We'll have to see how that plays out and if the weather comes.
Well, something that'll help the fuel mileage is a slower race pace. So if the rain ends up coming, that's only bonus for Shane Van Gisbergen as far as trying to pace not only to get to lap 62, but to also be able to go from lap 62 to lap 100 at the end of the race. At that point, when you're stretching the window, you also got to hope that we don't have an overtime finish of any sort. Kyle Larson has made his way out of the garage area and back to pit road, and that team is looking to get back out on the racetrack and continue on in this race. Nobody else is out of the race right now other than Larson and Busch, so for him to make up enough laps to get any sort of points out of the day, it's not going to be very likely that he's going to be able to pick up any more points. But NASCAR comes back to Mexico. They can get some sort of a strategy book that a lot of other teams are getting throughout the course of this race to know what to look for setup-wise going forward. And maybe setup-wise and get the car fixed up, and he can put down a heater lap and get a bonus point out of it. I guess there's something to race for there as well. The likelihood of Kyle Larson leaving this race second in points like he came in, it's not looking likely, especially Christopher Bell having as good of a day as he's having currently in second. Came in fourth in the standings. Denny Hamlin missing a race will help him. He'll still stay ahead of Hamlin. Had almost 40 points of a cushion over him. Tyler Reddick is back down onto pit road. Lengthy period of time there. Major adjustments for him. We have not seen Reddick in contention all day long. I don't even think he's cracked the top 10 yet. He has been slow since they unloaded on Friday in practice. He was outside the top 20 in both practice sessions. He qualified outside the top 20, and he's been outside of the top 10 the whole race, whether that be in the dry or wet conditions, which is very rare because, again, Reddick has the most wins of any Cup driver on a road course with the next-gen car, 3 of them. Second most top 10s only behind Chris Buescher as well. All right, today's diecast showing. Got a Jimmy Johnson diecast for you guys today. Old 7 time. This is his Lowe's Chevrolet Monte Carlo from 2005. So this is not necessarily any one of his championship winning seasons, but a season before he won his first title. 2005 here for Jimmy Johnson. Lowe's Chevy. So that's our Stage 2 diecast showing for today. And the two that I ended up getting when I was at Talladega that I have not showed off on the channel yet will be shown next weekend. I can promise you that. And those will be the last two that I haven't shown so far this year. So after next weekend, might be moving to the 164 scale diecast for the rest of the season after that. Unless I get more at other races I would attend later in the year, which would be very well possible.
Is going on because this really was a two-horse race between the 54 and the 88. Dale mentioned earlier about just SVG's confidence and road courses. He's moving the brake bias multiple times a lap. And when all the other guys are nervous about wets and dries, SVG's taking this thing nice and calm.
Yeah, and you guys are doing such a good job up in the booth describing this messy thing. The only thing I can add is when we watched the cars here, when Shane was out front in control, his car was smoother than everyone else. When he was chasing down the 54, they were both wiggling quite a bit. I think the effort level is picking up through the day. Very impressive, Ty Gibbs.
He's good on a long run. Now with the rain, strategy, does it go out the window? Who do you like here? Who does this favor? By the way, Suarez, the hometown hero, is running 10.
I don't know. I don't know. I think the 88's still in control of the race for now. We'll see. Because it's trying to rain a little bit, then it stopped, and it's not raining right now. So who knows what's going to happen.
I'm so glad we've got a crew chief in the booth. This is great.
Steve Letarte will pay you double at the end of the day for all your efforts. By the way, earlier in the race when it was raining, SVG was a second a lap faster than the rest of the field.
For the record, Steve's not sure what's happening either.
Best part about doing TV is you don't even really have to be right on which strategy is, and that's really the surprise move of the race for me.
Yeah, it's our IHOP surprise move of the race, Steve.
It was split decision. You heard Danielle mention it. 54, Ty Gibbs comes to pit road. The 88 stays on the racetrack, and then even with the second opportunity to pit, come to the end of the stage. 88 says, nope, I'm sticking to my gun. See Blaney and others come, so SVG gets the surprise move of the race. Sticking to the strategy, gambling on the weather.
Got the WNBA on Prime. A little shot fake there on what's happening strategy-wise on the track.
Nice plug.
About to hit the halfway point here as we prepare for the final stage. Front row, Shane Van Gisbergen, Christopher Bell. They have combined for 4 wins on the road at NASCAR's top level of competition. Bowman McDowell right behind them.
Yeah, there's a lot of different tire strategies on the racetrack. So obviously the front row on the older tires, newest tires, probably back in 15, 16 place. So a lot of disparity in tire and speed and grip throughout the field. That should give them an opportunity to get away here.
And that disagreement's going to roll down into turn 1 right here. It's been at least 3 wide. Yeah, 3 or 4 rows.
I was going to say, what are we going to set the over-under on? How many we go wide into turn 1? Restart.
All right, green flag back in the air for Bell and SVG on the front row. And despite the fact that Bell was not the control car, he did beat the 88 back to the line. And now SVG is going to have to try to regain momentum down this long straightaway, try to outbrake the 20 into the first turn. So tightly compacted, 3 wide, cars bouncing off one another. Michael McDowell goes wide as a result of bouncing off of some of the other vehicles. And he's going to go well wide out of the first turn. Chase Briscoe, Joey Logano. There's another car out in the grass in turn 3 as well. All those cars were forced wide because of contact. Rejoined the racing surface, but time was lost for all of them. Christopher Bell going to slide up in front of Shane Van Gisbergen for sure, clear before getting into turn 5 after those two were side by side through the first few corners. So now Christopher Bell leads for the first time today. And we'll see if he can hold on out in front of Shane Van Gisbergen, who has been the class of the field. SVG does have slightly older tires than this 20 in front of him, so that could pay a huge factor for Bell as to trying to keep the lead, as well as the clean air advantage he would hoist as well. Halfway home this time by will be 50 laps complete out of 100. And one car turned around in the stadium section of the racetrack, and that would be Ross Chastain in the 1, who was running in the 9th spot at the time of the spin. He's going to be at the tail end of the lead lap now. That was in turn 13 where that spin took place. While Bell and SVG go back to work on one another for the front of this field. Alex Bowman hanging on to 3rd in front of Michael McDowell for now. McDowell will charge to the inside of Bowman entering turn 3. He's going to get there on corner entry. He'll back out into turn 2, trying the over-under move to slip to the inside of Bowman off of turn 3. Can't do it. Tris Busher waiting in the wings right behind him in 5th. Chastain contacted from behind by Carson Hocevar in the 77. It's tough to tell if Hocevar had contact from behind him. That ended up causing Chastain to spin. If he did, it was John Hunter Nemechek who was behind the 77.
Here, there was contact at the 77, got it loose for 71. Like, this gosh, there's so much going on. It's chaos, and it's just going to get worse if we get more of a restart. Look at everybody's running into everybody here. There's really, I can't even get mad at it. Kind of got to know it's coming. Here's that 88 car locking up. Second one's in. All right, we're going this way. And he's careful to go back to throttle. He knows he can't take the lead there. He knows he has to give that back. And you see the shot right there in the rear bumper, which is why McDowell ended up over there. Yep. It wasn't by choice. Smart of him, though, to get it back because he doesn't want NASCAR to make him stop at the Joker lane. That's a big penalty. That's a third with the field so bunched up.
It's two racing for third, really getting after it.
Oh,
McDowell and Bowman as Stenhouse goes for a ride.
Come on. They're fired up here. Doesn't want to fire. There it goes. Yep. He's got it going now, NASCAR. Holding on that yellow flag. Hoping he'll get it going. We got a good battle right here. Riley Hurts, who had a really good qualifying effort in this 35, still battling up here in the top 10. So I had the 47th. Oh, it's Kozlowski. He got up over the curve and just hooked the 47. This car's got some damage through that.
I thought he was going to rebound and collect Brad, but the 6 able to snake through there. You talked about Riley Hurts. He was great in qualifying, as you said, but they've done a great job in the race today as well. 7th right now. And back behind him, I mean, there is pushing and shoving going on. 60 is Ryan Preece. 41 is Cole Pester. And Ty Gibbs is there as well.
Yeah, the man that's been pretty much in control of most of this race, Ty Gibbs, trying to work his way through this traffic. It's not going to get Preece much room right there in the lead. We've got battles everywhere.
Side by side out at the stadium. Here's Van Gisbergen.
Look at the beat and banging.
Muscle up. 88 going to lead this lap as they come back down the front straightaway. Inside of 50 laps to go in the race.
With the car behind you. Christopher Bell, he's in a position to, he's going to fade low here. I don't know if he can outbreak Shane into the corner.
Some of that is just get some air to the brakes, air to the engine. When you follow in line at these high altitudes, chokes the engines off, smokes the brakes. So some is just old school speedway racing. Remember, just poking out and getting a little air. That's right.
Watch Shane go through there. It's so awesome to see just how good he is. Here's the lead change. The 20 gets a little wide out of turn 11. Shane's going to dive down into the corner and force the position.
It's like, oh,
yeah. I mean, you really nothing the 20 can do. I mean, you can't go into that corner shallow and defend it every single time. You have to take a good arc to make that corner. That allows Shane just to force the pass.
And the knowledge of the track to understand the line I need to take now to make sure I'm in the preferred position going to the next turn. He's managed that so well, coming from 11 through the stadium and then ultimately through 14 and 15, and now we start to stretch it just a little bit.
And we showed you the surprising move with the elite staying out. The 54 will look on the left-hand side, the 54 up to 7th, and what matters is that gap, 6.3 seconds back. The 88 will have to have a longer pit stop for fuel. The 54 a shorter pit stop. So right now, Ty Gibbs is absolutely on the whip, trying to get this thing forward, trying to get as many positions as he can.
So you were talking during NASCAR Live how you coach your driver. You telling Ty, be patient here, or just get
no time. Okay. No time. If you want to win your first race after 102 starts, now's the time. You got to find us some time.
You give me a 22-year-old that's playing aggressive and his name is Gibbs, I'll take that. Look at this. Giant Blaney getting squeezed.
Oh.
We're back in a moment.
Oh, man. Eric Jones, Ryan Blaney roughhousing with one another there. Shane Van Gisbergen is out in front with 47 laps to go. He took the lead about a lap and a half ago from Christopher Bell. Bell 7/10 of a second off the lead in second still. 2.5 seconds back for Michael McDowell in third, and Alex Bowman 3.8 seconds off the lead in fourth. Chris Buescher rounds out the top 5 and 5th. Then you got Daniel Suarez in 6th. 7th place is Riley Herbst. Cole Custer in 8th. Ty Gibbs 9th. And Austin Cindric is 10th. Ryan Preece 11th. John Hunter Nemechek 12th. Chase Briscoe 13th. 14th for Carson Hocevar. And Ty Dillon 15th. Ryan Blaney 16th, Eric Jones 17th, Chase Elliott 18th, William Byron 19th, and 20th is Bubba Wallace. Josh Berry 21st, AJ Allmendinger 22nd, Joey Logano 23rd, Ryan Truex 24th, Brad Keselowski 25th, Todd Gilliland 26th, Ross Chastain 27th, Cody Ware 28th, Tyler Reddick 29th. 30th is now Cody Ware. Ware lost a couple spots there, so Reddick up to 28th, Austin Dillon 29th, then Cody Ware 30th now. Justin Haley, 31st. Noah Gragson, 32nd. Catherine Legg, 33rd. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 34th. And then Zane Smith, 35th. Kyle Larson, 36th. And Kyle Busch, 37th. Larson back out on the racetrack with 37 laps down. Kyle Busch, the only driver out of the race, and you heard from him in an interview a little earlier on. He was taken out in that only incident that we had. There were 6 cars involved. The other 5 are still in the race, 3 of which on the lead lap. I did close the chat poll off at the end of stage 2 per usual. Shane Van Gisbergen was the highest voted driver to win today's race. 56% of the 79 of you that voted in the chat poll taking SVG for the win. Kyle Larson at 21%, although obviously he's out of contention for the win, being many, many laps down. Ross Chastain spin on that last restart. He was in 9th before that, but he only has 3% of the votes. And Daniel Suarez, a hometown driver for the weekend, or home country driver, I should say, for the weekend, is currently in 7th, and he had 17% of those votes. Again, 79 of you did vote. We have 51 likes on the stream so far. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content like this every NASCAR race weekend for Cup, Xfinity, and truck races, as well as Cup practice and qualifying. We'll be back at it again next weekend with NASCAR headed to Pocono, and I believe the truck, Xfinity, and Cup series will all be in action next week. So, triple header. Once again. We'll take a break. Our live commentary coverage continues on KRC with the Viva Mexico 250.
Leading. So with that, we get our Chevy team update. Shane Van Gisbergen, Michael McDowell, top 5. Alex Bowman having a good day.
Ty Dillon continues to impress up inside the top 15.
14th, and that's after they made a pit stop back at lap 41. So when you look at the strategy side of things, maybe they'll require less fuel, put themselves in a very good position to maintain track position.
Going to see a little issue for the 77 of Hocevar. He's going to miss turn 4, get off into the grass here, spin out. He'll get it righted and going again. And then the 11 right there as well, backing it into the wall. And in his frustration, struggled to get the car righted, spun it out again, but will contact with Chastain. This is the time of the race where these little things start to happen.
I'm just going to say that we've reached that stage of the race.
The drivers stop giving, and they start taking. It's all take. That little situation right there, Chastain would have let him go. They would have not have wrecked in that first stage. That's over with. This third stage.
Don't look now, the 19 of Briscoe up 12th has spent a lap down, caught up in a wreck.
Yeah, what a comeback. Chase Briscoe.
Here he is, working his way back to the.
Listen, next the Appreciate goes wide, and Briscoe under attack. Ty Dillon's there. He gets shoved wide into the paint stadium area. Eric Jones coming through. His teammates there. John Hunter Nemechek. No holds barred racing in Mexico City.
Dale, you said it. We were in the 3rd period of the hockey match right here, and everything has turned into a fight.
The 12 of Blake is going to try to get two for 1 here. He's trying to get back to the 43 with Eric Jones so he can deliver some payback from what happened earlier there. Ty Hibbs continues his climb through the field, passing Bowman down there in turn 1 as we get back to this craziness in the middle of the field.
Byron down the line. He's got Gibbs in his Dillon in his sights.
All right, where should we start? Let's start with Briscoe beating and banging with a 41.
Yeah, just arguing back and forth over positions. Hey, you ran into me, I'll run into you. I'm going to run you wide. You ran me wide. And then the 60 got really lucky down here. I thought he's going to clip the tire barrier and send himself nose first in. Gets away. Very lucky right there without much issue. Then the 10 gets ran wide here. Ty Dillon has been kind of climbing through this pack, right? These are hard positions to get. But right here, the 19's going to ship him. It cost him a few. That's really frustrating if you're Ty Dillon. You just passed a handful of these cars, and now you got to try to work back by them.
Well, the
Chase
race
just says thank you. Chase is going to take the free spot.
Well, but they're all racing from 11th on back here, and now Ty Dillon, as you said, back to 18th.
Well, remember what you asked me? This is picking up because the crew chiefs are telling the drivers, hey, we are closing in on the final stop. We're a few laps away from the final pit window opening. I need you to get me in position. We need this. We need that, right? The goals being clear, the chaos of the wet, the chaos of everything else behind it. And the picture has been becoming clear that you need to get going if you're not in position.
That, and you're getting run into. Even if maybe the guy that you're chasing down isn't one that hit you, you're still not going to cut him a break. And now they're really pushing the braking zone down here into turn 1. Did you see the back dancing around on that 19 car?
The Chase is racing together, Briscoe and Elliott.
Well, Jake's going to try to offset here and drive up underneath him on this acceleration to turn 4.
That was really nicely done by the 9. The way he kind of backed that 4 up and turned low, and that is a very impressive position.
Eric Jones, this 43 is impressive as well. This won't be an opportunity to make a pass here tonight. You don't have the inside line. Eric's going to hang around on that right rear, though.
I didn't think that was a too wide option.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that all day long, really. Now he's going the outside of this corner.
About Eric Jones and what he's done lately with Legacy. Top 15, 4 5 races, couple of top 10s there.
Grayson was anchored today. And see, man, that move when he ran Blaney into the wall. Blaney's right back here. He doesn't want to see Blaney get back to the bumper. Blaney has pretty short fuse. He's not forgotten about that.
Byron's been very quiet. A couple of road course wins for the Charlotte, North Carolina driver. And qualified great yesterday, and it just kind of, bought the situation today.
12 is on a mission right here and get back to that 43, like you said, Dale. And it's impressive. And I have to believe it. Maybe he'll hopefully have calmed down before he gets there. But
right behind Ty Dillon, you see Josh Berry having a pretty decent run for a road course for that young guy. Ty Dillon got there. Josh Berry, look down there. Ty Dillon has ran great today. I worry though on that last little shove he had down in turn 12. He did slide the tire. That'll take away a little bit of the turn and performance of the front tire there for the remainder of his stint.
Doesn't take much, does it?
Here's the 43 trying to look to the inside. He's trying to shut him off there. There might be contact. Yes.
Wow.
Stick to the grass.
Jones,
And here comes Blaney. That's exactly what Jones didn't want. Blaney's there now. Does Blaney remember? Is he going to cut him a break? Is he calm down?
Byron gets by, and now they're nose to tail. 43, Eric Jones. 12, Ryan Blaney.
See.
we're going to find out because as I get down to turn 11, the 12 is going to be there. This is why you buy a ticket in the stadium. Here comes the fight.
Well, look right in front of him. Byron diving it into 11. And he makes it work.
He throws the block on the entry to 12 there to keep the 19 from going to the inside.
Jones racing Briscoe out of the stadium. Blaney waiting in the wings. Nemechek right there behind him.
Blaney's had a chance to ship that 43 and he hadn't done it. So I think maybe he's thought, I'm cooled off. I'm just going to go up here and try to pass him. We'll see. 43 Jones going to be tough to catch. He's actually performing pretty well over the last several laps.
I love what he's doing there. Coming off of 15, running it wide, across the rumble strips, then hammering it down the front straightaway.
See down here on the bottom side, if you get down, we expect him to be very close to making it to the end. I only say that because we're hearing some words from the 88 and the 20, the two leaders, that any lap they can hit pit road.
There's just been so much to watch and try to keep track of in this race.
Briscoe's struggling with his car in the last several laps. Blaney's going to look to the inside here. Briscoe's going to drive it down in there and try to keep the spot. Oh, a little lockup from the 12. And he gets a shot. The 19 gets him turned sideways a little bit in the middle of the corner there. Laney's like, man, you're holding me up. I need to get by you. You know you're struggling. Why did you hold me up into turn 4? It cost us all this time. Laney's going to try to get the run here. 19 just has no drive, swinging the back all the way through the S's. Laney to the outside. Got the preferred line. Briscoe's going to argue a little bit down here in the corner.
Back behind him, Ty Dillon making a comeback after he lost those positions. Jumps in front of the 42 of John Hunter Nemechek. Here's Marty.
Adam, to Steve's point just a moment ago, the window is now open to get to the end. The plan for Shane Van Gisbergen was to pit in 2 laps, but SVG came all when Stephen Dorian told him that, and he said, hey, I've seen some rain on the track, so let's run a few extra laps here, Kim, to see what the rain does.
Well, remember, Bell was one of the first to pick during the cycle that the top 3 had last on lap 16 out of 3. Team came on the radio about 2 laps ago, said, we are in our window. You need to be ready with your switches. Max said, we're through on the wall. We expect them any minute, Trevor.
Yeah, Michael McDowell, one of those cars that's on the other strategy, pitted at lap 28 as he gets passed by Ty Gibbs, who actually has a slightly better tire advantage and fuel advantage here. We're going to see a little bit of a longer stop for the 71 than the 54 will have to do on this green flag, Kim.
And you see the 54. They had a larger window. They were the most recent on pit road, so they last stopped on 43, so they had a lot of leeway on what they could do in terms of strategy.
Absolutely, Kim. That is a big opportunity for Gibbs. He has driven all the way back up to 3rd, continues to be the fastest car on the racetrack every single lap, 5.5 seconds behind the leader. I'm not sure if they can make that all up on pit road, but he should come off of pit road right on the rear bumper of SVG. It's going to all come down to pit stops and potential rain as we see Bell swings right. First leader to come to pit road. The 20th Bell is going to come get some fresh tires, Kim.
And remember, Christopher Bell was last on pit road, lap 16, so they're going to want to get that packed full of fuel. Christopher saying, I need more help on slower corners. Definitely losing rear grip back in this car, though. Very good on the long run. They'll take the 4 fresh real tires, 2 cans, and put those in a fuel.
It's Kevin reporter. Remember, back parts pit stops. That is clunky. It is slower. It's very easy for the driver to drive your You saw the 20 waiting on gas. That's what I'm talking about. Tires were on, waiting on fuel. I expect the 88 to also wait on gas. The 54 does not have to wait. Is that enough, though, to make up those 5 seconds?
You know, I look at drivers and where they are. Cindric back there in 4th, pitted at lap 41. Chase Elliott lap 42. Other drivers that have good track position that should not really have to wait on fuel, and that means they minimize their time and open the door to gain some position here through this cycle of stops.
And SVG with much older tires is just trying to maintain that gap on Gibbs. Gibbs with pressure tires can run until he's uncomfortable, right? So he can run extra laps if he needs. We'll see how much longer the 88 runs. Him and the 20 were only about a couple laps apart, so I think it's going to need fuel here pretty soon. What's making this all more complicated are the raindrops that he was reporting earlier.
Going to stay out on the racetrack this lap. Complete another one.
So the fuel economy much better than expected in the higher elevation, plus the rain and a bunch of different things working for the 88. What a battle this is going to become. And now the 20 who's already pitted, he has rejoined the pack, kind of back in the pack, back in 32nd. He just needs to use brand new tires to try to make as much time as possible. Now, the best thing that can happen for the 20 is a yellow right now. The 20 would stay out, everyone would pit, and he'd be the leader again.
Here we are on board with Christopher Bell. Yeah.
Yeah, 48 on pit road. They stayed out at the end of stage 2, originally thinking it was going to be rigged, but then once they realized it was going to be clear, elected to be on the same strategy as both SVP and Christopher Bell, making one final stop. You see him right there. Alex just saying that he needs a little bit more grip. It was a little tight, Hardy.
Jim, it was such a good weekend for Ryan Priest. Started second and won stage 1, but that spin a moment ago cost him 12 spots on the track. Cartman, pretty good to Priest's one. Take it to the end. SVG will give up the lead and pit this lap.
Priest's had a great day when you look at points, winning that stage. We'll see what they do for the stretch run. One of those drivers that came in thinking about playoffs and all the points you need to gather to get in.
So let's just see exactly how long the 88 is in his pit box if he does in fact pit this time. You see Gibbs has knocked it down to just over 5 seconds. Got another chunk of time on the 88. Here he is, jumps on the pit road all the way around to the yellow line right there. Does a nice job getting on. Now they will have to wait on fuel. You would love, if you're a Shane Van Gisbergen fan, you want to see a 14.5-second pit stop. You get over 14.5 seconds, there's a chance the 54 could jump you on pit road.
The other thought here, don't make mistakes. You cannot speed in this situation, Marty.
So Adam, Stephen Dorian actually wanted SVG to run a couple of more laps, but then he came back on the radio and said, I hear you, these tires absolutely shot. They did improvements on the long runs today. He said he needs a little bit more turn in the center. And now it's going to be he's back under the driver's seat. He's on those out fuel tanks.
Pretty close. Or just over 15 seconds. I think this battle between the 88 and the 54 should be good. At a normal track, I think the 54 could make up a ton of time at this backwards pit stop. It's hard to hit very quickly. Now for the 54.
Yeah, we're used to seeing sub 10-second pit stops. These guys are 14, 15 seconds.
So now how long does Gibbs dare to stay out? We talked about this to the puppets. I know you love the puppets, Adam.
I love the
This
puppets.
is that window we discussed, right? Hit early and it cautions your friend. Hit late and you have better tires. The question is, you're in that danger zone. Does Gibbs dare stay on the racetrack knowing we have cars that have already pitted? If the yellow comes out, he will restart behind every car that's already been to pit road.
Just a few races removed from his 100th career start.
Got to stay on
High
the racetrack.
Gibbs.
Yeah. Kind of got to wonder if the must-win scenario has an effect on when they come to pit road, where they're forced to the pit road sooner.
54 stays on the racetrack. We'll get a commercial in. Pit stop on the other side. We'll see who can be first off, the 54 or the 88.
36 laps to go. Ty Gibbs leads. We're in the middle of green flag pit stops. The fuel window to make it on gas to the end of the race is open, and there could be potentially more rain looming. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I saw the higher percentage chances before the start of the race being around 5 p.m. local time. That's still a little less than an hour and a half out. This race will be over before then. So we'll have to wait and see for sure, but I think most of the rain obviously would be behind us. I won't go through the full field leaderboard right now just because we have quite a few drivers that still have to hit pit road, but as of right now, Ty Gibbs leads by 5.6 seconds over Michael McDowell in second. Austin Cindric's 8.4 seconds off the lead in third. Chase Elliott is 12.3 seconds back in fourth. William Byron 17.1 seconds off the lead in fifth. Daniel Suarez 20.1 seconds off the lead in sixth. Then Ryan Blaney in seventh is 20.2 seconds back. Eric Jones is 20.9 seconds off the lead in eighth. Josh Berry 21.2 seconds off the lead in ninth. And Ty Dillon 22.3 seconds off the lead, rounding out the top 10. Caution flag is out with 36 laps to go. I think it was for Carson Hocevar, who has spun, it looks like around turn 15. Leaders are just getting around to him, so it looks like Hocevar having problems trying to fire his car back up again, because the leaders have already gotten back around him. So Hocevar will fall off of the lead lap. Now he gets back going in the right direction again. Not sure if there was contact that resulted in that spin or not. We'll have to wait and see for a replay when they come back. They're on a side-by-side commercial break at the moment, but caution is out for Carson Hocevar. Again, a spin in turn 15. Our sixth caution of the day, our first caution for incident in stage 3. We've had 11 lead changes thus far. Again, about 35 laps to go in the initial 100 laps of this race. 2 hours, 13 minutes and counting into this one. Gibbs leads, but with the caution coming out in the middle of green flag pit stops, this is going to hurt him. It's going to put him back in traffic, and everybody who has already hit pit road and is on the lead lap will be able to cycle back to the front of the field, while those who haven't pitted yet obviously are going to be short on gas to the end of the race, so they're forced to pit, and now they're going to have to drive through traffic again to try to get their way back to the front. Definitely not a caution that Ty Gibbs wanted. Price you pay. Road courses are the unique style of race track where you don't want to be the last one to pit. You want to be the first to pit last and not necessarily the last to pit, just because the track is so long. You could stay on the lead lap. There isn't as much fall off as what you would have on a traditional oval with the tire wear, and especially at a circuit here like Mexico City.
The 54 Ty Gibbs was a yellow flag. The yellow is out. 11 cars have come to pit road. They will stay out. Ty Gibbs will lose all the track position. Let's take a look exactly what brought the yellow out, Adam.
Yeah, the 77 looks like he gets turned around on the nose of the Ford Gregson, possibly. And then the car stalls. He sat there for multiple seconds trying to get that car refired. NASCAR had no choice. It's a blind corner.
And they gave it more time than anyone else I was comfortable with. He sat there for
Very
quite some time.
generous. Instead, I held it.
So now you just said, I mean, remember, this is Ty Gibbs. He was so frustrated last week with the fuel window. He couldn't figure out how, his teammate Denny Hamlin won, and he didn't have enough gas. And now here he is. His crew chief has decided, I didn't hate the call. I know he wanted fresh tires. We laid out the risk. The risk was the yellow. The yellow has killed him. Now he'll come to pit road. Let's listen into the 54.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Well,
Not ideal, but we're not out of it, buddy. We'll be coming for tires and fuel. We're inside the window here.
so I agree 100% with his crew chief. I love what he said, but right there, Tyler, I said, we're not out of this. 11 cars have pitted. We're going to have 35 to go. You just drove from 14th to 2nd. You have car enough to win this race. We always talk about keeping your driver plugged in. Right now, Tyler Allen, that's what he needs to do, right? Just keep his driver plugged in, knows he still has a chance to win this race.
You also can't make mistakes in this situation. Ryan Preece too many pit boxes when he made his stop.
Shane Van Gisbergen and Christopher Bell, 19th and 20th, I believe, are going to be the top two on the next restart. Waiting on the leaders to pit. Pit road is not open yet. We'll take another break while we're waiting on pit road to open. Again, 34 laps to go now here in Mexico City for the NASCAR Cup Series. You're listening live on KRC. How is this race going to end up finishing out here today? Could Ty Gibbs be able to make his way back through the field on an upcoming restart? We're still going to have about half the field that has to come onto pit road this time. So it's still crucial on that pit crew to get him the win of the race off of pit road and be ahead of everybody that is on this same strategy. And there's some other cars that have spent a lot of time in the top 10 today on the same strategy as Gibbs, which would include McDowell, Cindric, Blaney, Elliott, Byron. So it wasn't like it was necessarily just Ty Gibbs. Daniel Suarez also on that strategy of staying out a little longer. Counting Van Gisbergen, Bell of pit, Bowman's pit, Busher. I would assume Briscoe. Priest, but he had a penalty. Maybe a couple others in there back in the pack. I don't think Gibbs is going to be any further back than what he was on the last restart, which was 14th, unless he, again, loses a bunch of time in the pits in general. Might actually restart in the back half of the top 10, but he's definitely not going to be in the top 2 or 3 like he was running before the pit stop started. We'll have a little bit fresher tires, a few laps, but it's not going to make too much of a difference, I wouldn't think. When it comes to drivers who can compete with Shane Van Gisbergen by just overall raw race pace, Ty Gibbs is definitely the favorite of which. Bell and McDowell would probably be 3rd and 4th, but they're a distant 3rd and 4th behind the 54 and the 88. I still think the 88 is the best, but Gibbs having a few lap fresher tires, they can get through the restart and pass a few cars along with it, get back up in the top 5 quickly enough. I'm not going to count him out of it, especially if we see more yellows after this.
Alexander, they had closed pit road last time around. But there'll be plenty of drama when it opens, and a lot of cars will be there. That makes execution very, very difficult.
Yep.
Tough. These are the shortest pit boxes on the NASCAR circuit and only at about 26 feet long, Trevor.
Michael McDowell, one of the drivers on the bad side of the timing of that caution, coming down now to get 4 tires. They told the driver, do not wait on fuel. We're going to go on the jack. We're good on that. Then Austin Cindric, we talked earlier about the one stop that he had made to get track position. Now they debated coming down this time with Ludwig Lane in the morning.
Again, also on the bad side of that caution, you heard the radio transmission beforehand. Crew Chief Tyler Allen coaching him, not in a deal, but we're not out of it. Ty, no turn to the car. He means it's very good.
Execution is key. Can't afford a penalty here. Don't want to lose any more track position. Ty Gibbs maintains of those that made a pit stop. +2 for Chase Elliott. McDowell loses 1. Byron gains a spot. So does Blaney. Cindric going in the wrong direction. 9 drivers staying out here in this cycle as we have a caution just over 30 laps to go.
So Gibbs will be in 10th.
Still,
It's not bad.
Back down to Marty.
Adam, this fell perfectly for Shane Van Gisbergen, who is now in the lead. But after the pit stop, he radioed Stephen Dorian, his crew chief, said, I think we have a loose wheel. They have checked video here, also back at the team headquarters in Concord, North Carolina. They confirmed that we got all the lug nuts tight. But twice now, since that radio transmission, SVG has said on the radio, and he's talking about it right now as well, he said it does not track right. Something does not feel right with the car. I'm going to trust you guys. All the lug nuts are tight, but something's wrong.
Wow, that's going to be stressful times for the 88. Remember, they waited on fuel, so you would think that the lug nuts should have had time to be tightened without an issue.
And now we do our credit one bank. Ones to watch. Steve?
Well, I'm looking at the driver at the 54, Ty Gibbs, 102 starts, 0 wins. Can today be the day? He has drove an impeccable race. That yellow was kind of unfortunate. He will restart about 10th, I believe, but with 33 to go, I think he has time, if he can stay clean, to take this lead and win this race.
Well, he's going to have to drive through a few guys to get there. One person who's not is Christopher Bell. He's going to be starting up toward the front on the front row here with Shane Van Gisbergen. We heard about the loose wheel possible. This is shaping up to really fall into the hands of Christopher Bell, who won at COTA earlier this year. This guy's strong on the road courses as he's shown us everything today.
Despite the question marks and everything that Marty's talked about, I'm going with the guy out front, Shane Van Gisbergen. You know, he said to his teammate Ross Chastain, I just need to qualify well. That was Friday. He went out and delivered yesterday in qualifying, puts it on the pole, and really, really good this afternoon. And now we get to the stretch run. He's got the track position in charge of the field. I think he can get it done, get his second career win, and really upset the playoff apple cart because he's 33rd in the standings.
So just look at this 88 pit stop. Remember, normally loose wheels are when the jack gets strong before wheels are tight. Left side's a little bubbling coming off, but they're both tight well before the jack may have dropped. You come to this side, they're waiting on gas, so while they're in a hurry, they're like 80%. Right side's tight. The jack is set down nice and easy, so that's not a guarantee that the wheels are tight. But I can see why the team feels confident. There wasn't really any question mark about when the jack dropped. But obviously, SVG is feeling something. We will see if it turns into something more than just a feeling here on this restart.
Van Gisbergen, Bell up front. Row 2, Bowman, Custer. Briscoe's up there with Busher.
Another wild,
32 laps to go when we get the green.
another wild restart. Who's going to survive it down here in 1, 2, and 3?
We're about to find out.
Oh,
Off we go once again in Mexico City.
which prevented them to get the lead from the last restart. Again, neck and neck with SVG down into turn 1.
Bowman out of line, looking inside there. Van Gisbergen managing nicely as he gets in. Bowman comes through. Look at Briscoe getting aggressive.
Oh!
And he hit the tire barrier.
Oh, the 11's almost spinning around. Truex back there. He gets straightened out.
Several drivers coming across the grass. It's just a free-for-all coming off of turn 3 here. These restarts absolutely out of control. Bell falls back to 3rd, and look who's up the board. John Hunter Nemechek having a day. Cole Custer is in the top 5. Some names up here late that we don't usually see. And look at Ross Chastain. He's had a lot going on today, back in the top 10.
Yeah, they chose correctly getting the pit road before that caution came out. It's allowed them to cycle forward to all the cars that had to come to pit road. Some contact right there with Chase Elliott, Briscoe. The chase is going at it. Door to door.
The chase is on.
They're probably loving this. You know, as long as they take care of each other, don't put each other out, that's just good hard racing.
Flower here for Gibbs. Already 10th in the running order. Staying right in the game.
Hoping this will sort itself out. He just doesn't really know which way to go. Can he go 3 wide here? Probably not a good idea. Can I push the 9 through? Accelerates to the inside of the 19 and gets the spot.
I actually thought Ty Gibbs showed really nice patience there because that 3 wide was open, but you and I agree, Dale, very low percentage move.
It's definitely like balance. Looks like some damage to the left front of Herbst's car. Pretty severe on the left front of that car there.
But you mentioned a huge hit last week. You know, very sore. Look at this right here, 3 wide, but you see that damage right there. You know, Bowman won Chicago last year. Kind of surprised some of us.
He will sneak up and grab you at a road course. No doubt about it, Alex Bowman. So that's the guy running second, Kim.
Yeah, can't count him out. When I checked with him this morning, he had a heating pad wrapped around himself. That pain from that huge hit last weekend in Michigan going down his back, radiating through his right leg. And it actually is the positioning of the seat of the race car that causes him the most discomfort. He has worked through it throughout the course of this race. But when I talked to him, he said, you know what, our car is really good. Our car's probably better than our driver, but maybe discrediting himself a little bit, not remembering that Chicago street course win last year.
Take a look at some of the wildness on this restart down into turn 1. Look at this mess. Brake lock up from someone in the middle. A lot of bumper tag. And the 11 trying to speed himself out. They're not going to let him.
No, you got to keep going. I wonder who was going to be the first time to get the tires. It looked like it's the 19.
He's hunted them.
This is the Atlanta. This will be fun riding on board here to see.
Is Danny Hamlin at home like jealous or smiling with all these replays right here?
I told Chris Gale earlier today, his crew chief, we've already done the research about drivers that win a race, sit out, and win the next week. He'll be favored at Pocono as we ride with McDowell here, pushing that 11 around.
It's just bumper cars. They're just driving through each other. In the middle of the pack there, 38 has a left front tire issue. Must have had a lock up down into turn 1. They ended up blowing that left front tire. So he's going to try to work his way back to the pits. Back up front with Alex Bowman. Feel a little bit of pressure from this 20 of Christopher Bell.
Back to Kim's report. No doctor, but on Friday we saw Alex take the 3 steps out of the back of his trailer in a gingerly fashion. It was definitely, you could see he was uncomfortable. That only impresses me more, this drive that this 48's putting together. You know, if you have any sort of leg or back pain, pushing on the brake pedal, Dale, it's got to be one of the most painful things after you have to push so hard to get these things to stop.
See 2 different rules of thought on the exit of turn 11. Christopher Bell going really wide, 88 a little more tiny. Back to the 54, who's trying to drive through the field. We know this car's capable of winning, has the speed to do it. He's kind of struggling here to try to get around Chase Elliott. Chase has had pretty good speed here late in this race in that 9 car.
They did it on the same lap. They're under caution than Chase Elliott and Ty Gibbs.
And these passes are just not going to be easy. Everybody's on relatively similar tires. Trevor.
Yeah, we expected that 54 to drive forward, but right in front of him is Chase Elliott, who's on the same tire strategy, the newest tires in the field with that lap 67 pit stop. Ty has not been able to make up ground on this 9. We know how good he is at road courses. Think he can hang on to it in front of Ty there, guys?
Well, it's, you know, you got not only the 9, then probably the best guy on defense in the field, Chastain, in front of him. And then the 17, a pusher who has the best average finish on the road courses with the next gen car. So all these guys are gonna be hard to get around, and you see the struggle. Already sliding that left right, or that right front tire just a little bit there in the 4. He's gonna need some more cautions, I'm afraid. More restarts to look at this dive by the 9 car to the inside of Chastain.
Nice pass on the graphic. Elliott third on the all-time wins list. When you talk about road course victories, behind a couple of Hall of Famers, Jeff Ford, Tony Stewart, and showing wide, but not a show late.
54 was looking low there. Chastain blocked it. What happens down here? The 54 is going to try to get to the inside.
Great job running it wide and establishing inside position, but then he gives it right back to Chastain as they exit the stadium. 54 looking again, can't get there.
Yeah, if you're going to do that move to the inside of turn 12, you kind of got to really it's drive almost through the guy, take the line away. Oh, we got another issue here with Josh Berry, T-Bone in the 3 of Austin Dillon. They're both going to the back of the field.
This is what's so tough about racing on the road. You get to this final run, you get turned around, you lose all these positions.
So the 22, Logano misses the corner, gets into the corner of the 3 car, and Josh stops right there in his door.
So I was just thinking to myself, having a clean day, and here it is, parked in front of me. That 60 that got through Ryan Preece, I know he mentioned that penalty, but that penalty, it's a big points penalty to have to go to the tail end. He's only running 22nd at the moment, came in on the cut line, had such a great stage 1. We'll see if Priest can recover and try to get some points back.
Back up front, SVG still leading. Bowman trying to keep it close.
Bell hanging tight too.
Absolutely. And that's all you can do. You talk about the 54 locking the tires up. What the 48 and the 20 have to do right here is you just can't let the 88 get out there far enough that he can cruise. You can't let him just kind of quit attacking the braking zones, take care of his tires. You got to just stay close enough that he feels like he has to push. I know it's a tall order, but hopefully maybe try to push him into a mistake.
Aaron McBride Keselowski has to go to the Joker lane and do a stop and go. We're cutting the course at some point.
We were all talking about track limits when we came here for practice.
Oh, tough break.
It hasn't been a big topic of conversation.
Riley Herbst was running in 13th and now goes for a spin. He was having a great day, pulled right in front of Stenhouse. That caused a huge checkup by the 47.
They're in the 70. Oh, not. Let's do it again.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
So this is the 24 Byron. Oh, Byron just turns her around.
Herbst was 13th.
And that was a good run for Herbst. Good qualifying run, good race today. And then,
oh my gosh.
Ricky. He had 2 scary moments, this one and then the 77.
It was a scary one for Ricky, and I'm guessing Riley was holding his breath too when he tried to turn that thing around.
You can't wait for the whole field to go by because you're just losing positions. But how do you get turned around? Dangerous.
Michael McDowell, 71, 10th on the day, qualified 5th. Briscoe behind him. Blaney is there at the 12.
I was going to say the 12 and 19 have bagged it today. Yeah. And that's to your point earlier, Dale. That's where the frustration comes in. You'll run the whole race, and 70% of it's around one car. Finally, just get so frustrated.
It's like that old rule, right? When you have a confrontation with a driver, the next week you qualify by one another. You got the truck free race when you're saluting the fans.
You still see there, Gibbs stood behind Chastain right ahead of this battle. Not going anywhere. And the battle for second place, getting a little tight. I thought that Bowman had closed the gap just a little bit, but over the last half a lap, he's lost quite a bit of time to the 88 of Shane Van Gisbergen.
And let's just remind everyone, Alex Bowman started in row 15. Christopher Bell row 16. So with the rain and the chaos and the strategies and all the things that happened, it was the pole sitter. But second and third started outside the top 30. And here they are, they've cycled their way into the picture.
Something that I would add here, and we'll get to that in a moment. Got a battle for position. Bell drives in. Contact, can't get it. Turns 1, 2, and 3.
Bowman's just not going to be an easy task. He's got good speed. He runs really smooth, makes minimal mistakes, doesn't really beat his tires up. Christopher Bell's really punishing the braking zones, really pushing his car, sliding tires. He's beating his car up. So he needs to make the pass quickly because eventually the 48 is going to have a little bit better balance, a little more performance in the braking zone and so forth. And this pass gets harder and harder as the laps go by.
Van Gisbergen leading, jumps him up, and that shifts the playoff cut line. Despite that, Alex Bowman, who came in only 13 to the good, finds himself now plus 29. Even though the cut line is moved, that team has really had a nice bounce back, and you see the live numbers here.
Yeah, Priest 28 below. Well, if the 88's not leading, Priest jumps above, right? The line moves down a slot. So that's why you just, what did Buescher say this week? He feels like he has to win. This is why. Not just points. He feels that cut line is going to continue to move with new winners.
You said something earlier this weekend, Steve, that as we go through the next 10 races, getting towards the playoffs, somebody's like the 23 Bubba Wallace could find himself right on top of the cut line before it's all said and done.
25 laps to go. Shane Van Gisbergen leading.
With 25 laps left, the lead for Shane Van Gisbergen is 1.6 seconds over Alex Bowman. Christopher Bell's 1.9 seconds off the lead in third. 3.2 second difference to the fourth place car of John Hunter Nemechek. And Cole Custer's 4.2 seconds off the lead in fifth. 4.7 seconds back is Chris Buescher in sixth. Seventh place is Chase Elliott at 5.1 seconds off the lead. 6.3 seconds back for Ross Chastain in eighth. Ty Gibbs 6.7 seconds off the 88 in ninth. And Michael McDowell is 8 seconds off the lead, currently rounding out the top 10. 24 and a half laps to go in Mexico City for the NASCAR Cup Series debut race south of the border. And Shane Van Gisbergen, who qualified on the pole, has dominated the day. Remember, he won stage 2 of this race and was still able to get the track position needed to hold on, make it to the fuel window mark to pit, be good on fuel to the end of the race despite staying out to get the stage points, and is in the prime position to try to go for the win late. He's led 35 laps today. And obviously this win would lock him into the playoffs for the NASCAR Cup Series, so it's a much-needed win. He's definitely not in any sort of a position to point his way in, and this is why Trackhouse Racing promoted Shane Van Gisbergen to running full-time in the NASCAR Cup Series for instances like this. He finished 6th at COTA earlier this year. Didn't necessarily compete for the win or lead a bunch of laps, but had a solid day, and here today he's leading a bunch of laps and is competing for the win. And for whatever reason he doesn't get it done today, he's got several more chances to try to get it done. He ended up having a solid run last year at Watkins Glen. Can't remember if he actually finished second in that race or not, but he was competing for the win on the final lap with Chris Buescher before making a mistake in turn 5. And obviously went in the Chicago street race a couple years ago. Last year was leading that race when he ended up having a crash in the rain nevertheless. If that race stays dry, you'd have to expect him to be a competitor there as well. Sonoma still to come on the schedule. He only has to win one of them to get in, and why wait when he can just knock that out of the way right here, right now? Be 2 days in a row we've had a non-American-born driver to win in Mexico for NASCAR. Daniel Suarez from Mexico yesterday, and SVG from New Zealand. Friday through Sunday coverage next week on the channel when NASCAR heads to Pocono. Craftsman Truck Series, NASCAR Xfinity, and NASCAR Cup Series Racing will be all live right here on KRC. We'll stay obviously live here through the end of the race as well. You'll get to hear from some of the top finishers in our post-race show. We'll highlight the Fantasy League, the official results of this one, and some other race statistics and the fallout of what's going to happen in these final 23 laps. We'll take a break while we're awaiting the finish here. Alex Bowman trying to put a charge after Shane Van Gisbergen for the lead late. Sonoma is either the week before or the week after Chicago. I can check real quick. I know they're back-to-back. They moved the Sonoma date back from, it was usually early June. It's second week of July, so it's the weekend after Chicago. So Pocono, Atlanta, Chicago Street Race, then Sonoma, Dover, Indy are the next 6 races. Going to have 3 road courses and a 6-race stretch upcoming. 4 road courses and a 9-race stretch starting with today. A couple of ovals back-to-back again. Pocono next week and then Atlanta. The newly named Echo Park Speedway. For when we do end up getting to Atlanta in a couple of weeks. That'll be the first race on TNT and the first race of the in-season tournament, which I'll be filling out a bracket for right here on the channel. So definitely be sure to fill out your in-season tournament brackets. I think the best bracket gets like $1 million fan. So why not fill it out? It's free. Races will be back on cable, so if you don't have Prime Video to watch the races that are setting up the tournament seating like right here, then there you have it. Back to a 1.4 to 1.6 second lead. Bowman was quicker than Shane Van Gisbergen a couple laps ago. SVG opened that gap back up again by about 0.2 of a second the last time by. Still quite a few laps left in the race. All things considered, these road course laps definitely don't click by quite as quickly as the oval laps. Despite the slow race pace at the start because of racing in the rain, though, this thing is actually clicking by relatively quick at the 2-hour 40-minute mark with 21 laps to go this time. Yeah, $1 million. Yeah, fill out your brackets. I can show you how to get there. NASCAR.com. You can't fill it out now because the brackets aren't set, but yeah, the in-season challenge. Boom, there you go. I'm pretty sure you can fill it out for free on NASCAR.com. Kind of like a March Madness bracket, but NASCAR.com, fill it out. And I believe the winner of the bracket gets $2 million, and if you have the best bracket by way of most victories of the 31 matchups, then you also win $1 million bonus. I swear I saw that. That is the grand prize. I'm looking for it right now just to find out and verify that that's the grand prize, but I'm pretty sure I saw that a lucky fan is supposed to win as well. Yeah, there it is. $1 million grand prize. Complete. Oh, perfect bracket gets $1 million. Yeah, good luck with that. I think the top bracket does get some sort of money. $1 million grand prize if you get a perfect bracket. Maybe it's like $10,000 if you get the best one. Yeah, $1 million for a perfect bracket. If you go 31 for 31. It's on NASCAR.com. Yeah, good luck with the perfect bracket, especially considering the first race is a super speedway. So good luck getting all 16 head-to-head matchups in that first round, but you never know. I mean, it's worth the try. Pull the leaderboard back up. Nope, not that. Point standings. There we go. Still a 1.7 second lead for Shane Van Gisbergen over Alex Bowman. Just past lap car Zane Smith, so he is now between the top two. Bowman will have to get by that 38 car next. Zane Smith was already a few laps down. I believe he has just fallen a 5th lap down on the racetrack. Smith out of the way. The leaders here going to let those top 3 race on by, and then he'll rejoin back in line behind Christopher Bell in 3rd. Pretty big gap back to the 4th place car of Chase Elliott, who took some time to get by John Hunter Nemechek and Cole Custer since the restart. I'll keep an eye on his lap times. He was a bit quicker than Bell the last lap, but he's about 3.5 seconds off of the 20 car for 3rd. One of the better runs we've seen out of Chase Elliott so far this season. 19 laps to go, though, this time by for Shane Van Gisbergen.
He's shown all weekend that his advantage is back. Marty.
And Junior, just think about the weekend for Shane Van Gisbergen. He was supposed to be on a flight to Mexico City from Charlotte, North Carolina on Thursday. That plane had a mechanical issue. He went back to the airport. Had to leave his house at 3:30 in the morning to take a 5 a.m. flight to come to Mexico City on Friday. Barely made the practice session. And then an hour and a half before the race started today, told his crew chief, Stephen Dorian, I do not feel well. Took some medicine before the race, but I'm sure a win would cure everything. In fact, yesterday, he told me a win today would fix our entire year, and it certainly, Adam, would change the playoff picture.
Yeah, there's no doubt. With 19 to go, he's just doing exactly what he needs to do.
Think about this, right? First international race with the Cup Series since 1958. We had Gabriel Suarez win yesterday. SVG can win today. We could have all international victors, right? 2 international drivers.
But you know what makes it so attractive? is a full-time driver, and you look at the standings, you see where Van Gisbergen is and what that's done to the cut line. You know, last year he wins Rookie of the Year and wins multiple races in Xfinity. What made him attractive there is this: so many growth horse races on the schedule. You know you can win, you can qualify for the postseason. And we're seeing it again now this year.
And full time matters. And in my opinion, it matters because the pit crew is used to him. He's used to the pit crew. He's used to pit entry. He's used to his crew chief. You know, his driving talent doesn't go up or down with how many times he's in this race car, but his comfort of this specific car goes up even when he's not in a road course, right? You run all ovals, just time in the seat, time with the shifter. So it's less new, right? He runs in this car each and every week. And then Dale, like you said, now the only new thing is a road course, which I agree with you, is an advantage for the driver of the 88.
But then we get back to Alex Bowman. If you have a driver like the 88 winning and moving that cut line, Bowman, who lost a chunk of points last week with that crash at Michigan, needs this second place finish. He needs that good result today. Look at the run over the last three finishes, losing so many points to the cut line. This car was very comfortably in a position to make the playoffs. Now they're going to be, if they come out of here as we run right now, 30 points above the cut line. So then it's critical for them to be able to hold this track position to the end of the race.
We celebrated SVG. Why not celebrate Alex Bowman? Another driver that found success a year ago in the streets of Chicago. It was an unbelievable battle in the wet. Bowman was on wets, Reddick on dries. Reddick was running them down, but he makes a mistake late in the race right there. Just barely hits that wall. That was the difference. Bowman went on to win, secured a spot in the playoffs. It was an absolutely huge win for Bowman. A lot of people had him rode off. People didn't think he'd go back to victory lane, but this is what he does in his career. No one picks him. No one shines a light on him, yet he continues to win a race or two every year.
A quiet confidence from Alex Bowman, putting himself in a great position here, and we talked about it after a rough slide lately. I mean, last week was what it was, but if you go back last month, 6 weeks, they just had a lot of bad things happen. And that's why they were even a part of that bubble conversation coming into today.
You know, Adam, I have to ask, Trevor has been telling us all weekend long about the work these drivers have been doing due to these altitudes. We've been covering the issues with the car, the cooling, and the downforce. Well, let's talk about the human aspect. Well, here we are, 14-lap green flag run. 16's the longest we've run. We've been in the cars now for a couple hours. Starting, you know, that cardiovascular fitness, that drain of the high elevation, this is when added the frustration, Dale, you keep bringing in, that Gibbs has been following this bumper for the last 10 laps. You know, all of that starts to add up. You just wonder who's going to get frustrated or who's make a mistake.
Let's go down to Kim.
John Hunter Nemechek having a great day right in the fifth position, and what a rebound for him. Remember, he was spinning out earlier in the race, but right now, both solid in the top five, no issues, good on fuel. He was told he's just trying to manage the tire ball. We talked about legacy and their slow climbs to get better. Yes, the tools there have gotten better, but really Travis Mack has been so good for John Hunter because he doesn't overwhelm his driver with a lot of information. He tends to condense things down and give John Hunter a few select bullet points to focus on, and it's certainly paying off.
Great comeback after recording his first DNF of the year last weekend at Michigan. Prior to that, though, the team showing speed each and every week. Legacy Motor Club as an organization has made so many good strides. And from one Toyota team to another, we ride on board with Ty Gibbs, who continues to ride ninth behind Ross Chastain.
And you have to wonder at what point do they start to do something desperate in a braking zone or in a position where you typically might not see a pass. To lose a little bit of ground in that one car through the S's, that 54 not changing the directions really well to the S. You have to wonder if maybe he slid some tires during this stint that's actually taken away some of the turn this car has through those corners. But right here, when does somebody run out of patience and just dive bomb into this corner on the inside, just forcing a pass as we get later and later in this run?
Well, we talk about every position is a point. Well, remember, there's a point for the fastest lap. Kyle Larson got TKO'd by the 8 car, kind of in that.
I wondered if he was going to get the fastest lap.
Built this car, rebuilt this car, adjusted this car, keeps sending Kyle Larson out on the racetrack, and he's now the fastest lap of the race. 39 laps off the pace, but he, at the moment, is picking up that extra point. Not sure I love that somebody could get that point 39 laps off, but hey, Kyle Larson, Cliff Daniels, they make the rule. They just race within it. So I appreciate the tenacity of this 5 car, and if they get this point, who knows what this may matter in the regular season standings, Marty.
And Steve, I want to give credit to Kyle Larson for that, because once they brought the car out from the garage area, that was the first correction he asked Cliff Daniels. What's the fastest lap of the day? And he's had all this clean racetrack, so that's been their focus this entire time. Hey, let's go set that fastest lap of the day, and it works.
Well, they lost the regular season championship a year ago by 1 point.
They need to inspect that car after the race is over.
Chasing his teammate right now for the regular
As
season.
damaged as it was, like how does that car set the fastest lap?
Behind William Byron, we talked about the wild card
Oh.
races that are coming. That's why, as you said, you want to get every point you can to keep yourself in the game. There you see those regular season standings. On board Daniel Suarez. 19th is where he is in the running order. Before we talk about today, let's go back and celebrate what happened here 24 hours ago. Just remarkable for the driver out of Monterrey, Mexico.
Yeah, this is pretty incredible. The NASCAR crashed earlier in the day, and they had to go to a backup. The team backup out, worked for a couple hours in the parking lot to be able to put this car together and put it on the grid. This was the same car that Justin Allgaier had used as a backup in Chicago to run in the top 10. So the Junior Motorsports team did a good job putting a car on the racetrack that he was able to take the victory lane. And the battle for second place is now turned into a brawl between the 20 and the 48.
Well, and how aggressive are you here if you're Alex Bowman? You know, Bell's got 3 wins, right? But if you're Bowman, you cannot afford to get spun out here and lose a bunch of positions.
Oh, watching them braking out of 48. He's getting everything he could out of the braking zone right there. You see the car kind of dancing around just a little bit. And he's a little bit offline, where the 20's going to be all over him until he can sort that out and get right on line. He's offline again, high here, low entry into this corner. This sets the 20 up for a pass right here. Get to the inside. Now he's going to be on the outside of turn 11.
There you go. Just you and him.
48's just going to let him, look, the 48's probably sitting there thinking, my tires are done. I can barely hold you off. I'm going to wreck myself trying to do it. I don't want you to wreck me unintentionally. So he gets in the spot. And they have such a gap to the next car. They don't want to give up a ton of time battling each other and allow the 9 of Chase Elliott to climb into this battle.
And if you told him, okay, here's the deal, we're going to have a new winner, and you're going to gain 15 or so points on the cut line, he'd say, I'd take that too, right? Speaking of the 9, let's get an update.
I'll have to wait to see the lap time that last time. But yeah, I was going to say, they ran very, very slow, Bell and Bowman. On our lap chart, it looked like not this last time by at the start-finish line, but the time before that was about 2.5 seconds. Now it's 4.8 second difference between Van Gisbergen and Bell. So that battle between Bowman and Bell, they were side by side through various corners of the racetrack. They slowed each other up so much that now Bell is 5 seconds off the lead from Van Gisbergen, which if he's got anything for him in the late going to this race, if it were to stay green these final 14 laps, he's going to really have to get up on it and click away at that lead very quickly. Chase Elliott's got a good shot to catch his teammate Alex Bowman with the lap times he is running for third. And then from there, how much further ahead is Christopher Bell going to be able to gap Bowman before Elliott gets to him? Elliott's about 2 seconds off of Bowman currently. Bell's already distanced himself from the 48 car, just a lap of being in front of him by almost a second. Bowman definitely struggling for rear grip at this point. 13 laps to go now for Shane Van Gisbergen, who has a 5.6 second lead over a race second place driver in the race, Christopher Bell. Alex Bowman is 6.4 seconds off the lead in third, and Chase Elliott 8.3 seconds off the lead in fourth. Fifth place is John Hunter Nemechek, rounding out our top 5. Then 6 is Cole Custer. Chris Buescher in 7th. Ross Chastain 8th. Ty Gibbs 9th. And Chase Briscoe rounding out the top 10. Michael McDowell in 11th. Ryan Blaney 12th. Eric Jones 13th. William Byron 14th. And AJ Allmendinger in 15th. 16th for Austin Cindric. Bubba Wallace 17th. Joey Logano 18th. Daniel Suarez 19th. And Ryan Preece in 20th. Third, Ryan Truex 24th. And Justin Haley 25th. Brad Keselowski 26th. Cody Ware 27th. Noah Gragson 28th. Catherine Legg 29th. And Josh Berry 30th. Austin Dillon 31st. Riley Herbst 32nd. Carson Hocevar first car lap down in 33rd. Ty Dillon is lap down in 34th. Zane Smith is 11 laps down now in 35th. Kyle Larson on track 40 laps down in 36th. And Kyle Busch out of the race. 37th. He's the only driver out. Again, 32 cars on the lead lap, 6 cautions so far, 14 lead changes, 16 laps under yellow of the 87 complete out of 100. 47 laps led for Shane Van Gisbergen. He also won stage 2 in the race today. 27 laps led for Ty Gibbs, who's led the second most, again in that 9th position. Ryan Preece has only led 4 laps today, but he did win stage 1 on the pit strategy there. And other drivers to lead today, Christopher Bell has led for 4 laps, 1 for Chris Buescher, 2 for Michael McDowell, 1 for William Byron and Austin Cindric. And those are all the drivers who have led at least 1 lap in the race. Again, 14 lead changes. Just under 3 hours to get to where we're at to this point in the race. So a regular distance for a cup race, all things considered, even with the slow pace of racing in the rain in the early going. The lap time difference of them racing in the rain, they were running lap times that were over 100 seconds per lap. I mean, they're a good 7-8 seconds a lap faster from when we were in the full wet conditions to where we are now in the complete dry conditions. Tires, I mean, there's been some tire wear, but for the most part, it seems like all these top competitors aren't extremely fast over the other. I mean, Shane Van Gisbergen is the fastest car on the track. That last lap, he ran a 95.824. Bell was a 96.36. Chase Elliott was actually quicker than both Bell and Bowman that last lap, and not as quick as SVG. So Elliott seems to be the second fastest car on the track. I mentioned he was 2 seconds off of Bowman about 3 laps ago when Bell had made the pass for second, and now he's only about a second behind Bowman. He's 2.5 seconds behind Bell. So I think Elliott can get to Bowman for third, maybe able to get to second. He gets to second. We get a front row restart. Maybe Chase Elliott can have a chance at his first win in more than a calendar year. Well, that's going to be a big if. We've only had 3 cautions for an incident so far today, 1 in each stage. So having a long green flag run to the end definitely wouldn't be surprising. We've seen that quite a bit with the next-gen car in these road courses, especially now that the conditions are completely dry. A lot of those incidences that came earlier in the race were in primarily wet or at least decently wet racetrack. These cars just have so much mechanical grip on these road courses. I would say even less here at Mexico City compared to most road courses because of the elevation changes. They've been mentioning all weekend across the Xfinity and Cup Series action on their respected channels or airings of the race of the broadcast that the increase in altitude, as high as it is here in Mexico City, decreases horsepower, decreases downforce, pretty much anything, decreases drag. It decreases almost anything that makes a race car go fast, essentially, or have a bunch of grip. Which we have seen quite a bit of wheel hopping going on, which we usually don't see with the next-gen car. Quite a bit of it yesterday, 2 days ago, in practice when these drivers are trying to get used to the racetrack for the first time. I'm surprised we haven't seen Todd Gilliland up in the top 10 most of the day today. He was very quick in practice on Friday. He was top 10 in both sessions, including fastest overall in session 2. He's currently 22nd, really hasn't ran in the top 10 the entire day. I think for a brief moment he was in the top 10, but I think that was mostly on pit strategy back at stage 1 when a lot of drivers hit pit road in front of him to sacrifice stage points. Should replay Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Carson Hocevar get into one another in the stadium section of the racetrack. Hocevar into the back of Stenhouse. Stenhouse goes around. Hocevar goes wide as well. Yikes. Yikes. Still green. Both of those drivers lost several positions. Stenhouse went all the way around. Hocevar ended up going so far wide that he ended up having to recorrect himself back on course, losing quite a few spots. Chase Briscoe, Ross Chastain made quite a bit of contact with one another. Chastain forced off course by the 19 of Briscoe. They still remain in 8th and 9th with Chastain in front of the 19. Despite the contact forcing him wide there. And since then, Chastain has actually gotten by Michael McDowell for 8th place. McDowell's still in front of the 19. 10 laps to go. Ty Gibbs has fallen back a bit as well. He was in 9th few laps after the last restart, he is now back to 12th. Both Briscoe and Blaney have gotten by him for position recently. 15.5 seconds to the 5th place car of John Hunter Nemechek. Tight gap right now between Nemechek and Custer in that battle for 5th. And even Custer's put a little bit of time between himself and Buescher, which for a while there, when they would show around where Cole Custer was on the racetrack, it looked like he was holding up those guys in the back half of the top 10 for a while behind him. Buescher, McDowell, Briscoe, and those guys. And he's started to pull away from them just a bit. Something that could be the aggressive driving going on right now in that battle for 8th between McDowell, Briscoe, and Chastain. Especially between the 1 and the 19. Chastain's almost out the grass off turn 15 trying to get back to Briscoe's bumper.
Chastain like so. Giving it everything. Blaney right behind him is like, I want to get into this battle. Yeah. The one person that we don't play in this battle is the 54 of Pat Gibbs continuing to say,
Yeah, he was my one to watch, and I hadn't watched him go anywhere, unfortunately.
I hate to guess, man, but I have to wonder if he slid the front tires at a couple points during this stint, because that car just had such good performance earlier in the race, and now he seems to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, he was on par with SVG on speed the first 2/3 of the race.
Close in on the 48. Here's a pass for 3rd place. Takes that away, and this 48 starting to fade a little bit. Alex needs a good result. Don't want to lose too much more track position. As laps click away. Down to Chase Elliott. Go get about 3 seconds to pass Christopher Bell for 2nd. Trevor.
Now, there for a while, Chase Elliott was the fastest car on track. And you and I talked about it earlier during break, but Shane Van Gisbergen might have been filking it a little bit. He might have been saving some. That last lap, he was over a second faster than 2nd place, almost a 1.5 seconds faster than Chase Elliott, with almost no fall off on that 88. I guess you were right, now. He was just saving some fire at the brakes.
Yeah, I think that guy. You know, when you put him in a race car against the field, he just, with his techniques and how he uses the clutch throughout the lap, it's going to be better for brakes. It's going to be better on the tires. If he's got a decent race car, over the course of 40 laps, he's going to beat everybody. And that's something that he knows how to do with that clutch that no one else does. It's like learning a foreign language. Our guys that are, 10, 20 years into their career, they have no real chance to be able to adapt and understand that type of method, using the clutch on corner entry and so forth.
8 laps to go. Here's Marty.
Adam, so to Tripper's point a moment ago, Steven Duran's been kind of coaching SVG on pace, and here was SVG's response to that. Stop telling me to slow down. So, Steve, here's the funny part of that. His microphone was too far away, so Steven Duran did not hear that radio transmission. He said, move your mic closer, and SVG simply said, we're good. Don't worry about it. That's too funny, isn't it?
Yeah, that's funny, but I understand what the crew chief's saying, because he might be thinking if the caution comes out right now, I want to stay out anyway. So I know it's great to have a 9-second lead, but we don't need a 9-second lead. Now I understand SVG's like, don't distract me. This track is so difficult. If I lose my focus or I don't drive near 100%, I get my timing and my rhythm off, and I can make a mistake. So I can see both sides of the argument.
7 to go, and I've always thought that was the key element of success in road course racing, and that is understanding the balance of patience and aggression, when to go and when to put some in the tank. And as a crew chief, you can always see the big picture. A couple of good road racers here going at it. 17 is Buescher, 71 McDowell for 7th on track.
McDowell's trying to make the whole day, doing a nice job. Relatively clean looking car versus some of the others. I mean, they all have damage.
Felt like he could win today. Qualified 5th. Great practice on Friday.
25 laps. Green flag run, currently the longest of the day. 7 to go. That will be the biggest test for man and machine that we've seen.
Talked about it, SVG using the heel and toe technique and basically using the clutch on downshifts. So this is the Chicago. These are the cameras we had in the car in Chicago. He no longer lets us use these cameras because he doesn't want to give this trick away. Now, drivers can learn heel and toe, right? It's not so foreign to a lot of road racers. Many of them know how to do that technique, but how he uses the clutch on the decel or entry to a corner to keep the rear tires from locking up under braking, things like that. It allows him to get into the corner maybe a little deeper, a little more under control. It also allows the car when he releases the clutch to turn better. It pivots and turns the car into the corner. That's something that the V8 supercar guys, they do their entire career. So what he's learned, this technique that he's brought here, is something that only he knows. And it is an advantage. And we talk about how the 54 can match his time early on the run. So on sticker tires, these guys can compete. Over the course of the run, his technique saves brakes, saves tires. So he has better performance in the braking zones. He has more lateral grip on lap 40 than the rest of the field. That's where we see him shine. And you take it to a racetrack where nobody else has run, he's going to be faster. He's got a God-given talent. He's just going to be one of the quicker cars.
And that God-given talent should be celebrated because it's just like when we take Kyle Larson or Tyler Reddick to Miami and they run the wall. And everybody talks about how they're just better than others at running the wall, right? This is the same idea. Each of these drivers, they've got to the top level of stock car racing because of their talent. And they're not all the same. It's not a blueprint, right? Everybody has a strength, and some have some weaknesses. This battle right here continues. Musher loses another spot to 19 of Briscoe.
Briscoe up to 8. Nice late rally for a driver that was in the weeds early.
Look at this. Ty Gibbs just continues to fall, right? He's now back to 13th. William Byron's got by him, but he is on the bumper of Chastain.
Yeah, Byron's actually going to come out of here probably with a decent result after climbing through the field here late. That's a pretty good success. Kim, you got something on the 54?
Yeah, I think some people might be surprised that we haven't seen him make more headway like we did with Chase Elliott, but he used up those rear tires very early in this run and just so lacking complete rear grip.
Well, that answers the question on where the pace is for Ty Gibbs late in this race. One of the cars that really had as much speed, at times more speed, than Shane Van Gisbergen in the 88. Now the one car seems to be struggling. Chastain sliding that car around over the last handful of laps started to take its toll. And the smooth nature of the driver like William Byron, like Chase Elliott, that sort of Hendrick way, right? Alex Baldwin, that's starting to pay off late in this race as they seem to have more tire, more lateral grip, more braking abilities. Oh, he's really getting after it right there. Spoke that right front tire in that 24.
See a lot of battles for position. And if you're Shane Van Gisbergen, you're like, we just don't need a caution here, right, guys? You do what you got to do, but just make sure we keep things on the pavement. I do not need to see the yellow flag, right?
Yeah, Steve, you always talk about the fuel tax with the puppets. Michael McDowell is one of those guys that did wait on fuel earlier. So in this run, he has had to manage that fuel mileage a little bit. Just on the radio, though, Travis Peterson telling him, go get that 42. Let's get a top 5. You're good on fuel now.
I was wondering, his pit stop was very quick, and I thought he needed some fuel, but a great job by the driver of the 71, communicating well with his crew chief, and it's amazing how well these drivers can make up time anymore. They're so good, and not just going fast, but this whole new world of fuel management that's required at basically every track we go to. Every driver has their own little system, but they're becoming very good at saving. Talk about those points, but McDowell's 18 where he runs currently, just 45 back. So, that is with the new winner of SVG, and we showed you that. You're doing exactly what you're doing. We showed the variety of racetracks coming. McDowell has to be excited to see him reach up. That's adjusting the brake knob, probably changing the brake balance. Now he reaches down for the downshift.
I would say, though, in relation to points, they're kind of in that no man's land, which makes these races difficult, Steve, because you want to go get the points if you can. But as we talked earlier, when we were going through all the strategies, you really can't chase the points and a win. And the win is it, right? That is the automatic ticket punch to the playoffs. However, when you're 45 out, which direction do you go? And it will become more and more clear as we get down the road, and maybe we will know when we hit Chicago and Sonoma, as Byron looks for another one, racing with Blaney in turn 4.
And he's going to get the inside here and take that spot away. Blaney's not going to argue too much as they start to go into the S's here. Blaney's like, I don't want to slow it down. I don't want to fall into the grasp of the 54 there. Real close right there for AJ Allmendinger. Look at AJ get something out of this evening or this afternoon after being taken out nearly altogether in that turn one wreck. Huge damage on the back of this race car, but real gutty performance out of the driver of the 16 car for Collie.
AJ was struggling a lot in practice on Friday as well. He was outside the top 25 in both practice sessions on the overall speed chart, so great rebound for him to qualify 8th yesterday, and then another great rebound in the race today with that significant damage to the back of his car after Kyle Busch slid wide into turn 1 on lap number 6. Shane Van Gisbergen's lead is opened up to almost 15 seconds over Christopher Bell in second as they come up on 2 laps to go this time by. Chase Elliott did pass Alex Bowman for 3rd place a few laps ago as well. So I mentioned that there was a good chance he was going to catch his teammate Bowman. He might be able to catch Bell. I don't think he's going to catch Bell without a caution. But past Bowman, he's a few seconds ahead of him. Bowman still got a couple seconds back to John Hunter Nemechek at 5th behind him. And Michael McDowell is closing in on Nemechek for that 5th spot. He's about a second back with a couple laps still to get there. So that'll probably be the closest battle inside the top 10 to try to monitor in these closing laps of the race. Tight battle on track going on screen currently just inside the top 20. Ryan Preece, Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, a few Fords, Daniel Suarez in that battle as well. That is all for position 17th through 20th. Chastain, who's in the top 10 for a long portion of this final stage, has slipped back to 15th on this final run. And he's probably hurt his rear tires by quite a substantial margin. SVG at this point just trying to get to the white flag, which would signify that the next flag will end the race, whether it's the yellow or the checker. Doesn't want to have to deal with an overtime restart. Van Gisbergen just that damn good. On these road courses, he's proven it in full force today. This will only be the 3rd time that a driver has won Stage 2 on a next-gen road course race and won the race itself out of the 19 now following the conclusion of this one. Michael McDowell does make a pass entering turn 11 on John Hunter Nemechek for 5th, so he caught him very quick. He's too far back to catch Alex Bowman with only about a lap and a half left for where he's on the track. And as far as Shane Van Gisbergen goes, obviously this would lock him into the playoffs. He'd be the 10th different winner this season in the NASCAR Cup Series. He's just working his way off of turn 15 right now to get that white flag. And with a 16.5-second lead, he's got nothing to worry about. Final lap of the race for Shane Van Gisbergen, a dominating race thus far. It'll be 59 laps led when he comes back to the start-finish line to get the checkered flag this time by. 31 cars will finish on the lead lap. And he's not giving up any of that lead either. He's 17 seconds ahead of Bell now, and he's still opening the gap up. That last lap, he was a second, 1.3 seconds quicker than Bell. 96.271 for SVG to Christopher Bell in second place is 97.597. Over 1.3 seconds faster. And he's been about a second faster a lap for a lot of these final 10 laps of the race because he went from about a 5-second lead, which is what he had over Bell when Bell first passed Bowman for second place with about 7 or 8 to go, to where he's at right now, which is 17 seconds ahead on the final lap. Yeah, prime again next week. And then they go to TNT the week after at Atlanta. I don't think he's going to try to lap Cody Ware here on the final lap. He's just going to work his way through the final couple corners. Checkered flag is going to be waving on the other side. Shane Van Gisbergen dominates and will win in Mexico City and lock himself into the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. second career win for SVG, and the first in almost 2 calendar years.
That's amazing. Thank you. Crazy on the cave. Way to bike that weekend.
Career win number 2. 5th driver to earn his first 2 Cup wins in inaugural races 2023 in Chicago, and getting it done here today in the inaugural trip for the Cup Series to Mexico City. So he's the 5th driver to accomplish that feat at new tracks. And he entered the weekend 33rd in points, 130 below the cut line.
Jeez, it's more than 2 races.
Now got a spot in the playoffs. The 10th driver to win this year.
Stadium.
Still going.
Mention how folks from Australia watched him run this race and win as we see him get on top of the car. Made his name and get supercar racing in that country. But New Zealand, I imagine there's plenty of people in that country as well very excited about this win for Shane.
It's been a good few weeks for Trackhouse, too.
His teammate comes up there as far as yesterday's winner. A great weekend for Trackhouse.
Yeah, great weekend for Trackhouse. And you think about the last 4 weeks. Welch Chastain wins the Cup 600. And now Shane Van Gisbergen, 2 of their 3 drivers, locked into a playoff position. There'll be a happy lunch in Auckland, New Zealand. It's 10:44 a.m. there now. That's a great way to celebrate lunch with a winner in Mexico City. Marty's down there for the celebration.
Welcome to the playoffs, Shane Van Gisbergen. The man from New Zealand delivers here in Mexico. You told me yesterday a win fixes our year, but you faced so much adversity this entire weekend when you think about it. The travel issues, not feeling well before the race, and then the rain today. What was the biggest challenge?
Oh, you listed them all, man. What a week. I've really enjoyed myself here. I felt pretty rubbish today. Leaking out both holes. That wasn't fun, but thank you to Safety Culture, Trackhouse, Chevy, and ECR Engines. Our car was amazing. Like, I think the 54 was close, but that last stint, man, what a pleasure just ripping lap after lap and watching them get smaller in the mirror. Unreal.
I've never heard a driver say, stop telling me to slow down. Was this maybe the best race car you've ever sat in?
Well, it's certainly up there. I've been privileged to have some great ones in my time, but yeah, when I go slow, I just lose concentration. So I was just trying to stay in a rhythm and a routine, and Josh and Stephen are doing a great job keeping me calm and focused. And man, that's epic.
We were hanging out this morning. You were texting your good friend, Max Verstappen. Your talent was clear today, but did he give you any tips that wound up helping?
Yeah, a little bit in the wet, and just what lines to take and how to approach it. And yeah, what a guy. So don't know how he went today, but hopefully it went well, and hopefully I get this thing over the fence.
I hope the leg is good, because this is going to be a big kick, Shane. Shane Van Gisbergen with a special celebration. The kick at the footy. into the
Damn.
stands, and it makes the picnic area. Congratulations, Trackhouse Racing and Shane.
That's a souvenir to take home and put on display.
That was a heck of a boot, by the way. He nailed that kick. 16.5-second margin of victory for Shane Van Gisbergen. Again, 59 of 100 laps led today, including a Stage 2 win. We got fireworks after the race between Stenhouse and Hocevar. This is the second time Hocevar has gotten into the back of Stenhouse causing a spin, and Ricky is very livid with the driver of the 77. Getting up in his face before Hocevar got out of his car. Second time in 3 weeks. I'm not sure where both drivers were running at the time of the incident today, but they ended up finishing Stenhouse 27th and Hocevar lap down in 34th. And I don't know if Carson was a lap down at the time of that spin or not. But again, Shane Van Gisbergen with the win. He was a Stage 2 winner as well. Ryan Preece won Stage 1 on pit strategy earlier in the day. Again, 59 laps led for our race winner. Started on the pole. He was my pick to win the race today as well. So I believe that's the 7th race win pick of the season. We need to get to 10 to break the record. We're on a very good pace so far this year. So I'm proud of myself for predicting these winners race in and race out. The fan vote also had SVG winning over any other driver or option in the fan vote poll, so congrats to everybody that did pick him for the win as well. Christopher Bell, again, with a second place run behind Van Gisbergen with the win. Chase Elliott finishes in third. Alex Bowman fourth, and Michael McDowell rounds out our top 5 today. John Nemechek in 6th. Chase Briscoe 7th. Cole Custer 8th. William Byron 9th, and Chris Buescher rounds out the top 10. Ty Gibbs in 11th, Bubba Wallace 12th, AJ Allmendinger 13th, Ryan Blaney 14th, and Ryan Preece 15th. Ross Chastain 16th, Eric Jones 17th, Austin Cindric 18th, Daniel Suarez 19th, and Tyler Reddick in 20th. 21st for Joey Logano, Todd Gillen 22nd, Ryan Truex 23rd, Justin Haley 24th, and Brad Keselowski 25th. Josh Berry 26th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 27th, Austin Dillon 28th, Riley Herbst 29th, and Noah Gragson 30th. Cody Ware, 31st, was the last car to finish on the lead lap. Then Catherine Legg a lap down in 32nd. 33rd for Ty Dillon. Carson Hocevar, 34th. 24 laps down, I believe, pulling off the track late was Zane Smith. Kyle Larson on track, 42 laps down, finishing 36th. And he did have the Xfinity fastest lap with a 93.782. And Kyle Busch rounds out the field last. It's only 2 DNFs today, despite the fact that we did have 6 cautions, but only 3 for incidents, 1 in each stage. Final green flag run to the checker was the longest of the race, spawning almost 30 laps. I believe 33 laps was the final green flag run. Well, check out the Fantasy League. You can join our NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing. If you win our regular season and or playoff championship. So 2 chances to win there. I'm on NASCAR.com right now. As you see, there's a fantasy tab, so you'll want to click on that, and then the Fantasy Live League will be on the far left. If you're on the app, there will be 3 bars on the top left-hand corner of the screen. You'll click on that, and then the Live tab will pop open. Therefore, you'll end up clicking there as well. My team this week, I had Shane Van Gisbergen, Ty Gibbs, Michael McDowell, Chris Buescher, and Daniel Suarez. And I was debating on whether to plug Suarez into my starting 5, and I took him... put him in, I should say, for Chase Elliott. That was a big mistake. I left 16 points in the garage because of that. That was a bonehead move. Chase ended up with a top 3. I should have known Suarez's speed wasn't good enough. I think the emotions of him being in front of his home crowd kind of got the best of me there on that pick. That and him winning the Xfinity race yesterday also probably helped with me making that decision. Head-to-head picks this week. Chastain beat Kyle Busch, which I predicted. SVG won the race, which I predicted. Therefore, he beat Daniel Suarez. McDowell's 1 spot behind Bowman, so a little bit off there, and had Gibbs ahead of Elliott, which was not right. So 20 out of available 40 points. That was for me. Our league winner for Mexico City this week in the KRC League is Herschel_Chen with with 218 points, getting the win by 1 point over Monster Jam X10, who came in second. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan in third with 216. 210 in fourth was Carm 60, and the Plow V3 rounds out our top 5 at 205 points for this weekend's Mexico City race on our KRC League. Coming into the race, I was the current points leader with 2882. I ended up in 8th, and Monster Jam X10 is going to be very close to the points lead after finishing second today. see how many points I ended up with total. I had 191. So he's going to get close. He's going to be, I think, 11 points out of first after today's race. So I'm still going to hold on to the lead, but by a minimal margin. And Evan, 48-48, will now fall to third, I believe, in points, but he's only going to be 20 back instead of 30 now. So he does close the gap on first. REIMSSI, thanks for tuning in. I don't know how you want me to pronounce that. Shout out to you, Emogene Blevins, Fatal Phantom. I don't know if I shouted all you guys out throughout the stream today. I apologize for that. Bond1771, Federico Sanchez, Chris Davis, and many others. Obviously, I shouted out many throughout the course of the stream as well. Thank you all for tuning in on another NASCAR race weekend. Not only just today, but all throughout the weekend, Friday through Sunday. We'll be back in action again next week, Friday through Sunday as well. Our next live commentary stream will be Friday evening at 5 p.m. Eastern. That will be when the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series will be racing at Pocono. So Pocono for the Truck Series, 5 p.m. Eastern next Friday. NASCAR Xfinity and NASCAR Cup action doubleheader on Saturday with Cup practice and qualifying at Pocono, followed by the Xfinity Series race will be in the middle of the afternoon that day. I don't have the start times for those, at least for Cup practice and qualifying. The Xfinity race is at 3:30, so I'd imagine Cup practice and qualifying will probably be around noon, 12:30 Eastern if I had to guess, on Saturday. Again, Xfinity race 3:30 p.m. Eastern Saturday, trucks 5 p.m. Eastern Friday. And then next weekend for the Cup race, we'll go live at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, as that race will start at 2. We'll have some NASCAR trivia. We'll go over the pre-race again and get on with the next live commentary stream. So that is going to be it. They interviewed SVG. They'll have more interviews on Prime Video and the fallout of the commercial break, but that's going to wrap up today's live commentary stream on our end. Again, thank you all for tuning in. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't yet. We did get to 60 likes today and counting. And subscribe for more NASCAR content like this every NASCAR race weekend, as we are on the road to 7K subs. Should get there sooner rather than later. Again, have a good rest of your Sunday night. Happy Father's Day again out there to all the dads that might be watching. And as far as this goes, congrats to Shane Van Gisbergen for getting his first win of the season. See you guys next weekend. NASCAR 08, by the way, will continue on the channel. I will be bringing back the gaming starting tomorrow night, so I will be streaming for the rest of the week. The next live commentary stream won't be until Friday, but NASCAR 08 does return to the channel tomorrow, so I'll have the community tab post as far as the scheduling for the gaming stuff, and then a repost of the scheduling for next weekend's live commentary later in the week as well. Thanks, everybody.